はい、お待たせいたしました。続いてのゲームは、黄金の太陽、漆黒なる夜明けとなっております。こちらのタイトル、現在解説の方いらっしゃいませんので、解説できますという方は、ぜひぜひ、ご応募の方よろしくお願いいたします。解説はちょっとな、コメンテーターくらいならできるかもな、みたいな、そういう方も、どしどしご応募ください。そして、もちろんね、音声を載せたくないんですよ。そういう方もいらっしゃるかと思いますが、そういう方もチャット欄でいろいろ情報いただいたり、あるいはディスコードにドキュメントいただいたりという形で、参加していただくこと可能ですので、何卒よろしくお願いいたします。黄金の太陽、漆黒なる夜明けですね。こちら、結構長いタイトルとなっておりますね。5時間です。予定5時間となっております。結構長いので、皆様、お待ちかねの方もいらっしゃるかと思いますが、無理はせずね、見ていただければと思います。黄金の太陽、漆黒なる夜明けは、2010年にキャメロットが開発、任天堂が発売した任天堂 DS 用のロールプレイングゲームです。黄金の太陽シリーズの第3作目であり、前作から30年後と舞台としたタイトルです。前作っていうのは失われし時代ですね。始まるまでに今後のスケジュールをちょっと見ますね。今後は黄金の太陽漆黒なる夜明け、この後すぐ廃止されまして、2時15分頃に超次元ゲームネプチューヌ、リバース2、シスターズジェネレーション、23時50分からイースオリジン、1時40分タガフロンティアリマスター、9時20分ワルキリープロファイルズシルメリア、7時30分勇者30セカンド、合ってるかな、では、解説の方がいらっしゃいます。すごい、よかった。いらっしゃるんだけど、その後ですね、その後から2作品はいないんだな。自分の入れますよというタイトルがね、自分のちょうど時間の空いてるタイミングでもしあれば入っていただければと思っておりますよ。明日の今頃はロストオデッセイかなと思われます。このままのスケジュールでいけばね、お楽しみに。まだ時間があるかな。イベントの概要をさらっといきますね。現在、ジャパニーズリストリームでは、オンライン RT イベント、Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2の様子を公認で日本語ミラー配信しています。Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2は RPG リミットブレイクの Twitch チャンネルで行われるナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス、通称 NAMI を支援するためのオンラインチャリティ RT イベントです。Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2はオフラインで開催できない昨今の状況を踏まえ、RPG リミットブレイクの代わりに開催されているイベントとなっております。今回のイベントの寄付先である、ナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス、通称 NAMI は、精神疾患を持つ方やその家族、 心の不調や悩みを持つ方たちを支えることを目的に設立された非営利団体です。寄付と関連し、特定のゲームには高難易度の変更、エンディングの選択等も予定されており、各項目前に設定された目標寄付金額を達成した際に行われます。また、寄付金額を表に見立てたビットウォーによってキャラクター名や選択肢など決定されることもあります。寄付額に対する報酬 URL からご確認いただけますので、今出します。はいはい、こちらからね、ご確認いただけます。寄付額に対する報酬を URL からご確認いただけますし、寄付ページの方も URL からご確認いただけます。直接の寄付ですね。こちらはカードによってできないこともどうしてもあるんですけれども、ぜひチャレンジしていただければというふうに思っております。本イベントは15日まで24時間昼夜問わず開催されておりますので、ぜひ最後までお楽しみください。以上、今回のイベントの概要説明となります。さて、次のタイトルは黄金の太陽、漆黒なる夜明けですが、こちらビットウォーが合計3種ありますね。確認していきましょう。1つ目が Fight the Star Magician。そのまんまですね。Fight the Star Magician です。こちらは達成されております。そしてソフトロックザゲーム。Let's soft rock the game そんないいんかな軽い感じで。こちらも達成されておりますね。そしてもう一つがビットウォーですね。名前が変更できる。ね。ネーム、マシュかな。マシュってのがよくわからん。今のところは、一番入っているのはだいたい$500の OPT っていうやつですね。マッシュはおそらく主人公の名前が変えられるってことかな。多分、ムートの名前を変更できるんだと思います。そうそう、今回はかなりビットを非常に多くてですね、ほぼすべてのタイトルにありますと言える感じですね。今チャット欄ではサガフロンティアのやつが気になっているんじゃないかなと思いますが、はい、ブルーは主人公ですよ。もちろんそうです。はい。 現在はキュルブルワルージュは、ブルーが優勢ですね。ブルーが死にそうです。悲しいね。ブルーファンは悲しむかも。まあ、どっちかはどうあがいても死ぬんですけどね。ビットウォーは、今後、どんどん増えていくはずですので、気になるタイトルが増えたら、ぜひご確認ください。なお、現在はビット O で公開されているのは、ちょうど明日の今頃やりますというふうに言わせていただきましたけど、そのロストオデッセイまでは公開されていますね。そうですね。つい先ほどまでニーアオートマタでした。しかしもう今は終わってしまったんですね。まだこちらのジャパニーズリストリームは、なかなかすぐとはいかないんですけれども、後々アーカイブの方、作成させていただいておりますので、そちらをご確認いただければと思います。またですね、アーカイブを待てないという場合も視聴方法ありますので、そちらをで見ていただいてももちろん構いません。過去の配信だったかな。そうね。ビデオ過去の配信で飛んでいくことできますので、そちらで見ていただけます。 自分の都合のつくときに見たいものを見ていただくのが一番です。はいはい。11月13日ですね。土曜ですね。こちらの1時15分から、龍が如くセブン控えと闇の行方を走られる予定と現在なっていますね。こちらは4時間45分の予定となっておりますね。結構、他にもなかなか長い時間のタイトル多いですね、今回。1時間切ってるのが非常に少ないイベントですので、のんびりゆったり見ていただければいいかなと思います。
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good evening today. Welcome to Questing
はーい、画
for
面が切り替わりました。黄金の太陽、漆黒なる夜明け始
We
ま
have
ります。
an excellent stream coming up. We have a nice little gem of a game called Golden Sun, Dark Dawn, and hopefully you guys will enjoy it. I'm your host, Gagalikis, and I'll be hosting for our runner here, legrandgrand.
Hi.
Go ahead and say hello to the audience.
So I'm legrandgrand, and I'll be running Golden Sun 3. With me on commentary, we have Rafi.
Hello.
And Austin.
Hello.
And yeah, it's we will have time to talk about the game a little bit during the intro. So let me just grab the file name. What is it?
いやー、いいですね。この
That is
DS ですっていう感じ。
OPG, all capitals.
さっきまでが本当に近年の
won by a landslide.
技術を結晶した 3D アクションって感じだったから。
But thank you for all the
なんだか全
donations
然違
anyways.
う。あ、そうですね。ドネーションの結果は OPT ですね。
$500 with this name, believe it or not,
Wow.
and it's really appreciated. Blueser was a close second place with $15, and then Nami was in third place with $10.24.
All right. So I guess we're ready, and countdown now for the start of the run. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, Legrand.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Good luck. Good luck. Hope everything goes good.
はい、タイマースタートいたしました。Good luck.
So there is going to be this about this intro for about 5 minutes.
なお、私は黄金の太陽、漆黒なる夜明けどころか黄金の太陽シリーズをやったことがありません。知ってる方はぜひね、ジャブジャブジャブ解説をよろしくお願いいたします。ジャブジャブね。
Sadly, we'll go to see a fourth one, but alas, things are as they are. And yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the history
物
of
語
this game
は
as a speedrun.
前シリーズから30年後
So
が
up
舞台となっております。
until July this
錬
year,
金術を解放し、
2021,
世界の崩壊を食い止めたロビンやガルシアら
This game
8人の少年少女はハイディア戦士と呼ばれ語り継が
Now,
れ
as
て
you
い
can
た。
see with the estimate,
世界が崩壊の危機から脱し活気に満ちる一方で、力を持った国は他国に侵攻して領土を広げるといった戦乱や黄金の太陽現象以後の天変地、特に10年周期で起こるエナジー飽和の災害などに悩まされている。地形も30年前と比べだいぶ変わっており、アルファ山は絶えず噴火し近づけない状態である。なんだか大変だみたいですね。 ハイデア戦士のロビンとジェラルドは黄金の太陽現象後の天変地、特にエナジーホールの災害解決のため、ゴマ山に住居を構え、息子と共に暮らしながらアルファ山を監視していました。ある日、ロビンはアルファ山監視用にイワンが開発したグライダーウィングをもらい受けるが、これをテリーが壊してしまう。グライダーウィングを直すには伝説の鳥ロック状の羽が必要。そこでムートとテリー、カリスはグライダーウィングを直すべく、ロック状の羽を求めて旅立つことになる。みたいな感じの物語らしいですね。なんだか大変みたいですね。無理、英語は読めない。今はね、ウィキペディアを丸々と読ませていただきました。ウィキペディアさんおよび編集してくれた方、ありがとうございます。ウィキペディアに感謝。キャメロットプレゼンツ。
Meanwhile, during the trace, also found Angel Clip. I like to call it like that. Pretty much in parallel, which allowed us to skip even more stuff. And then it just kept happening. More and more glitches were found, more and more exploits, more and more tricks to make things easier, to skip dungeon, to skip cutscenes, to skip content overall. And the latest found was, I think it was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, and the latest route now that we have for this game is a week old. So things are still changing nowadays, and I'm really excited to show off everything that we have.
Wow, less than a week, and you're still finding new tech.
Yeah, it's so like most of the time we have like one runner do a run with a new route, and then there's a new route going out, and so we keep having to relearn everything. It's quite interesting.
Yes. A lot of work put into the game. A lot of different
今はオープニングイベント中です。
Another really interesting thing with this run is how, like, eventually Plexa figured out Moloch, which I'll explain when we get there, and that led to actually 3 different routes that were competing with each other in order to go fast. You had Early Veda, which was the strat that everyone was using up until now, which last time
ありますね。30年経ったんだわ、みたいな。
way easier time in early game. No detour, which just skipped any extra content just to go fast at the cost of like having difficulty to clear areas and bosses. And finally, the Jin Heist route, which was believed for a very long time to be like slightly slower than the 2 others, but now it is actually the fastest one, and is the one that I'm going to showcase, and is most impressive in terms of glitches. So I'm really glad I get to show it off. And the fun thing with those 3 routes is that Plexa was working on the earliest Veda route, I was working on No Detour, and Reg and Valisa were working
すごいな。なんかすごく大事なことを説明されてるんだろうな、このオープニングでとは思うんですけど、やっぱそうですよね。前作のことを全部書いてもらってる。しかし、英語が全然読めないので、前作のこともよくわからないまま私たちは突き進んでいきます。ね、前作のこと、今作のこと、前々作のこと、おぼろげにね、おぼろげでもいいんですよ。知っている方はぜひね、助けていただければと思います。私たち哀れな子羊のためにね。
It's great to be part of a gaming community where people come together and all try to improve their times on the game.
Like I've always seen the speedrunning as
私が今読めたのは30年経ったんだわみたいな記述だけですからね。全然読めてない。
And it was really interesting in that regard as well. It was a very unique moment. It's okay, the intro is nearly over, guys. I hope you read all of this while I was talking, because I'm not going to explain all this lore.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw
there's-
someone in
there's-
chat ask if this is just 5 hours of text scrolling, and I said, no, like, we gotta catch up on 30 years of lore.
そろそろじゃないダークネ
Yeah,
ス・オブ・ザ・
there were a
ユー
couple
タ
of
み
games
たいなこと
before
書い
this
て
one,
るし。
so
そろそろ始まるはずですね。
There will be a quiz later. Oh,
Exactly.
いやーでも、
I'm not even
いいん
gonna
じゃないで
remember
すか。
all the lore.
初めて遊ぶん
that's
です
okay. We
よ。
can all learn it
黄金
together
の
as
太
the
陽
game
シリー
goes
ズ
through.
をっていう
Well,
方の
the
ため
the
に
parts we get to
優
see.
しさがあってい
So
いと
now I
思い
get
ま
to
すよ。
mash cutscenes. Yay.
Ah, yes, the text mashing in this.
So, like, yeah, the intro is a bit long. It's like 5 minutes long, but at the same time, when you compare it to Golden Sun 1, which had a 40 minutes intro, this game is fine.
Not to
So, yeah, if
mention
you
there
remember-
was. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, yeah, Isaac kind of got older, I guess. Well, this intro goes on if you have any donations you want to read or
いや
anything.
ー、DS ですね。
Absolutely.
この
We have a
頭
couple
身
here.
の感じとか、この画質の感じとか、めっちゃ DS って感じだな。
Just one second. I'll be right with you.
Sure. So meanwhile, we can see that Garrett is now also old and is growing a magnificent mustache. So yeah.
He's got a dad mustache. He's allowed to make dad jokes now.
これは、なるほ
You
ど。
move, incredible.
Is it ever implied how old Isaac, Garrett, and like everybody else is in the previous Golden Sun games, or no?
I think they're 17 ish. At
So
least
they're
for
like-
Isaac and Garrett.
So they're like up like 40s in Dark Dawn?
Yep.
まあ、
Man, they
一
look
番
really
いろ
good.
んなもの
They,
が
they look really good for
早く
40s.
済む、いい感じに
Yeah,
済む、
because they
そういう
participated in the Golden Sun event at the end of Golden
反
Sun
応を
2,
選
they
択
age
していき
much
た
more
いです
slowly
ね。
than normal people.
The power of the golden sun that we can see in the distance, by the way.
これがテリーですね。
Well,
今
Tyrell,
グライダーウィング
Tyrell's
で
son
飛んでるの
is,
が
goofing
テリー
around
です。
and messing up with very important gear, which allows to fly. So Tyrell, pretty much just like his father, is a complete idiot.
おそらくこの後の展開でグライダーウィングが壊れます。
So we'll have to save him eventually.
Alrighty, I do have a donation here. I have $25 from an anonymous donor that just says, "Good luck on the run, Legrand. Got to get me a chance to win that adorable plushie." And another $25 donation from an anonymous with no comment.
このテリー君が、
Thank you for your
ジュラルド
generous
の
donations.
息子さんですね。
Yes, we appreciate them.
Yeah, there's a Jenna plushie to win, right?
Yes,
Yes, yes.
$25 minimum donation.
で、ビットで名前が変わってますが、主人公にあたるムート君が、ロビンとはジャスミ
Thanks
ンの
for the
息子。
decoration, GK.
で、緑の髪の毛の子が、カリスでイワンの息子
Actually GK's, but you
だ
don't
そう
know
です
how
が
he ended up as、
私
anonymous.
は親世代の見分けがつかん。
Alright, so we get slightly different menus from
息子じゃないや、娘だ。もうめちゃくちゃになってしまいました。
大
大変申し訳ありませんでした。
Only scroll with left or right, which means that menus are technically a little bit slower in this game compared to the original, to the GBA games. But since it's a touchscreen, we can actually use a touchscreen in order to do menus, which means that like it's actually pretty fast to do menus in this game if you use a touchscreen. You can get you everyone else.
まず、カリスが仲間になります。
I keep mentioning them that like they should use the touchscreen, but they never do it.
宝箱に入ってる装備を装備しま
So is
しょう。
there any like certain safety saves that you make with Grand that potentially have like soft lock or hard lock material?
Oh yeah, there is quite a few ways to soft lock in this game, so I'm going to make sure and safety save wherever I need to.
そうですね。どうしてもこちらの日本語再配信だと本家の音量にもよる部分がどうしても出てきちゃいますね。BGM を聞こうと思うと。申し訳ありません。
And we have to go in that entrance on the top right, and we definitely shouldn't be able to go.
今撮ってた本が伝説の絵本で、宝箱から出てきた剣がショートソードですね。
Oh yeah, that would not be good at all.
Yeah, I really shouldn't do that. And like even Isaac is telling us that, like, you have to save your friend. Don't go down. It's not this way. It's it. So that's because it's like, hey, yeah, head for the power path. Sure. I'm heading there. And yeah, let's.
駒山へ向かい、まだここら辺は全体的にはチュートリアルをやってる感じです。
This is angle clip or angel clip or whatever you want to call this.
このお山を出た後もチュートリアルはもうちょっと続く。
It always takes a bit.
No, you go on.
No.
そうですね。本家がそのゲームの BGM、ゲームの音量の部分と、視界解説の音量の部分とをどのようにしてるかが結構関係しちゃうので難しいところですね。
Wow, that is a huge skip.
That's nuts.
そうです。こちらのおこの太陽漆黒なる夜明けは 80% です。わかりましたか？
Well, it's because it's part of the Jin heist route. So first we have to pick our real friend, which is Flint.
80% なので、いくらでも悪いこと、いくらでもっていうとダメか。たまにこれは使っちゃダメっていうのがありますけど。おおむねいくらでも悪いことしていいので。
And how do we do that? Well, out of bound, baby. So, if I can get the position, there we go.
ここが森か。そう、ジンのついてのチュートリアルがあります。
So, yeah, bridges in this game are very easily, well, we can collapse through bridges without much trouble.
健脚ですね。
And we can go out of bounds on the war map.
足腰が強いんですよ、これは。悪いことなんてしてない。足腰が強い。
Well, there's a few edges here and there where you can. And yeah, remember the first point of no return where we just got there, and we'll have to get back to Tyrell eventually. So yeah.
That is blowing my mind.
足腰が強いです。だから岩山もいくらでも登れる。
Yep, we skipped like 2 towns and 3 dungeons right there.
Wow.
That's a lot of game.
Unbelievable.
That is crazy.
That's about 20 minutes of gameplay.
健脚なおかげでね、攻略チャートを今、見ているんですけど、通常の攻略チャートをね、全然わからない。今どこ？
Well, I could go there right now if I wanted to. The problem is, in order to clear stuff in Golden Sun games, you need synergies. And, well, in this game, you also need a few items in order to finish the game, which is the Umbra Gear. So I need to collect the Umbra Gear still, in order to clear the final dungeon. And in order to clear the final, to get the Umbra Gear, I need a lot of synergies. I need Drip, Crush, hard heat, and
まあ、こういう感じでね、おそらくいろいろすっ飛ばすことができるんじゃないかなとは思いますが、ただ、こういうストーリーの進むシーンですね、これが飛ばせないので時間がかかる感じですね。やっぱりそこはどうしてもしょうがない。最近のやつだと割と、ムービーになってて、ムービー部分を全部すっ飛ばせばそれは早いでしょうみたいな感じではあるんですけども、そうじゃないから、ね。
It's because if you go back to the intro with your third character, it is not exactly like supposed to happen, and things are going to be weird and interesting at the same time. So we took that cutscene, that took a little bit.
これがクラウンかな、おそらく。見た目的には。
And now, just want to count. So yeah, Matt and Karis are level 1 and Riff is level 12.
かな多分。なんかね、
yeah.
全体的に
Nothing wrong with that. I don't think it's like we're breaking the game
日
too
本
much.
語と英語だと名前が違う部分があるのでわかんないんだけど。あ、クラウンで合ってる。よかった。こちらはメアリーの息子さんだそうで
That's not an attacking move, PC.
息子さん。息子さん。
So I would like to point out that bridges merely seem like suggestions.
ということは、仲間になるところ
Well,
まで
bridges are a way
見ればいいんだ
to
な。
go out of bound. So it's a bridge to another world. If you want to call it like that. All right. So because this is a marathon, I'm going to heal here. So right now the whole party is dead, but we have
あ、
Rift here.
結構飛んでるな。
Section of the game, which is the
こ
start
こ
of the
か。
game.
ここか。なるほど。
Yeah. Nothing wrong with
So
that.
we're just gonna take a death abuse and we're just gonna go back to the beginning of the game.
Yeah, as I explained, we need Tyrell, and you might be wondering why we need Tyrell. Well, we need to use hard heat, and the only character that can use it wasn't the right synergy. Oops. Oh well. That should do. And the only character that can use hard heat is Tyrell, so we need to craft Tyrell.
ああ、なるほど。戦闘中はまた別のモデル
If
が
we
あ
can
るんだ
skip
な。
hard heat, then
だから、頭身が急に変わってちょっとびっくりだな。
we are going to have to reroute the game again.
To be fair, you also need Crush and Fireball.
Oh, right, yeah, you do need Crush, so we still need Tyrell to use Crush. Right. So, after this, we have a little cutscene explaining how to use synergies in the dungeons. And I don't want to say this, so I'm just going to clip past that tutorial.
ああ、今までも頭身は違ったのか。なるほど。
More out of bounds. I love it.
なるほど。そういうあたりも教えていただけるといいですね。
Like pretty precise.
お、なるほど。素晴らしいですね。
Hard sometimes to read when you're clipping and you're not. But there's a little bit of practice. It's not really that bad.
そう、落ちる前に足を動かせば歩ける。確かにな。確かにそうだ。
I'm using a DS capture card. So I'm capturing it on an original DS.
I was curious about that. I wasn't sure. I mean, like, I knew DS capture cards were a thing. Not that I think they make them anymore.
水の上も原理上そういう感じで歩けるはずだし。
Sure about that.
ね、
I'm not sure either. I had a friend make it for me. So, yeah. But it was like 3 or 4 years ago.
I think that raises a very good question because if I'm not mistaken, DSs on the bottom have the touchpad. So how would that work with emulation?
You could use your mouse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just like the mouse compared to the stylus is just not really comfortable using. It just doesn't work really well, even though you think it work. Like as soon as you try. Okay, it's Flint again. We already have you in our party. So this is a tutorial explaining you how to use Jins and that beautiful presentation that Flint worked for 30 years to make. So pay attention. He really improved since Golden Sun 1 and 2. And
ジ
Riff
ン
is
の
actually in
な
this
んかの
tutorial right
説
now.
明だな。
So this tutorial explains you how to use Jins. So Jins have 3 states. They're either set to give you better stats in particular classes. You can use them in order to activate their specific effects. Every Jins have a specific effect. And once they are on standby after they are used, they can be used together in order
How to use ジン。
use powerful summons that we're going to see now. And it's also very important that every character has
ジンシステムの説明なんだろうけど。
an equal number of Jins in the party.
ジン。
Very important.
Yeah, very, very important. So this tutorial is supposed to use
ジンというのは作中に登場する精霊で4つあるエレメンタルのうちのどれかを象徴しています。出会ったり倒したりして捕まえることができますみたいな、そういう感じのことが書いてあるな。
So there is one annoying thing with Tanglewood. Because like
そうですね。あ、なるほど。装備した陣によって技だったり、ステータスだったりを、変化させることができますと。
We have Riff right now. So if they join our party, they're going to remove Riff from our party, which is kind of bad. I kind of like having my third character already. So we have to never take.
ジンはパーティー内で公平に分ける必要があるから、さっき一つのところにいっぱいやったらバットですよっていうふうに言ったわけですね。
Going from 0 to 6, from 1 to 16, and once it hits 16, you get an encounter. So you can like go through dungeons without taking any encounters ever. It also resets whenever you save and quit, and because there is some rooms that have a pretty likely chance to give us an encounter, we are going to make sure we just never get an encounter by doing a lot of saving. It doesn't kill the run if I get into an encounter, technically, but it's going to kill my route. And yeah, don't like that.
We definitely don't want that here.
No. Alright.
ああ、なるほど。ジンがかなり本当に重要なシステムなんですね。
Alright, no encounters in the first room. Yay. So just like in Golden Sun 1, you can hotkey, and Golden Sun 2, you can hotkey synergies to L and R. And this time in this game, they actually show up on the
真面目にギミックを解除しましたね。
L and R, unlike Golden Sun 1 and 2.
Speaking of synergy, they patched retreat glitch from the first 2 games, but we got so much better things in return.
Yeah. The other annoying thing that we lost is Sanctum Warping. So in Golden Sun 1 and 2, if you pressed L when you loaded the file, you could go back to the previous Sanctum instead of reloading your current location. Which means that if I ever want to go back to a town, I need to death warp out. Sadly. Please.
And if we get soft blocked, it's a big problem in this game because no Sanctum Warp.
Yep, that as well. Sanctum Warping allowed to avoid soft blocks, and if your save file was corrupted, it was always going to send you back to the last Sanctum. you visited. So it was a pretty nice
戻った。
feature. And it's kind of sad that it's not
なるほど。
but, eh.
陣を装備するとステータスが上がりますよ。陣を装備して殴ると、もちろん攻撃が強いですよ。でもその陣を使って強力な技を出すこともできますよ。強力な技を使った後は陣が疲れちゃうから、ステータスは下がりますよ。なるほど。
For example, after the first bridge clip after Flint, it's very easy to softlock if you hit the land next to the river.
で、その上で陣を、どの陣をどう組み合わせるかによって色が変わって使える魔法、アビリティみたいなも変わるから、何を使うかは考える必要がありますよ。
So there is a lot of dangerous places to go in the topography.
積み防止。なるほど。
Yeah, definitely. And that's why I'll always safety save before one of them.
And that's why I'd asked my question earlier, because I was curious if there was, like, if you could, if you didn't save before you go out of bounds, that you're going to soft lock yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, we don't want to soft lock.
Oh yeah, for sure. If it was a normal run, I would just try to go for a water guard because I know those places and I know how to avoid them. I wouldn't save, but you never know. Like a misinput can just drain your run. You definitely don't want that to happen in Martin, do you? I certainly don't. I don't have that many backup saves. I am on consoles and I only have a few saves. Anyway, this is the first boss of the game, Tingle Bloom. You're going to see it once Garrett leads up the room a little bit. It's a pretty easy fight because, like, Garrett and Isaac at the start of the game.
あれ陣のチュートリアルを今して、花を燃やしていて、ということは、飛ばしたけど戻ってきてるのか。
Now, those gens are going to be removed from your party from Matthew and Garrus as soon as you leave this place. But the thing is, they never check for reef gens. And they never check for gens that are not the gens that they give you. So, what if we could find a way to steal them? Rather, should I say, to hide them? Well, you'll see. But first off, the boss, you'll see it's pretty quick. It's pretty simple.
We have lots of Mars Chin and the boss is weak to Mars, so this is simple.
Yep.
さっき明らかに飛ばしたときは何があったんかな。
So now I need to move my gens around. So really make sure to always have this same amount of gens on your party. Okay. I'm supposed to have you here.
どうなってるんですかね、いろいろなフラグの部分。
So, what exactly just happened there? Huh? There were gens that disappeared, and also like Rift starting with only one gen, but like don't worry about it, it's fine. So that's the Moloch gen that you couldn't exactly see on the bottom screen, but you could see it on the top screen because like the game had problem displaying it. Because it's not the gen that should exist. It's a gen created by human hands, basically like Mewtwo. So Moloch is a corrupted gen that you can create if you click the touchscreen as soon as you confirm when you
ほう
gave a
ほう
gin to
ほう
someone else.
ほうほうほう。
And if
なる
you
ほど
put
ね。
it on an existing gin, it's going to corrupt that gin and turn it into a Moloch. Now, why is this good? Moloch gives plus 100 HP and plus 100 agility on top of plus like 10 defense when it's set. Karis has 28 HP right now. And like 30 agility. So it allows me to always attack first on a battle and be extremely tanky to the point where you can't really
難
die.
し
On
い
top
な。
of that, you can
難しい
stack
ですね。
Molochs in your character. So they can get plus 200
シ
HP,
ステム
plus
が結構
200
複雑な上に、多分エニーで
Yeah. Moloch is very good.
なんか悪いこともし
And
てい
it's
て、
going
そ
to
の二
make
つが重な
early
ってい
game
て
a lot more safe.
難しいな。陣抱え込み、ですね。
Like, the game only
のため
checks
に
for
わざわ
Crown,
ざ
Zap,
先ほど飛ばして、
Crown
クラ
Zap,
ウンを仲間
Crown
に
Eye,
入れ
and the
てた
Shrills are margins
です
that
ね。
are
だから
removed and remove them from
さっき陣の位置を調整し
Matthew
て、クラウ
Well,
ンに
because
陣
they
をいっぱい持
were
たせてたわけだな。
Karis and Matthew during that cutscene. They weren't removed, so I'm technically starting the run with 6 more gens than I'm normally able to. And that is the power of Jin Heist route.
And the Moloch glitch is one of the glitches that only work if you use the touch screen. It's impossible to do with the D-pad and buttons.
Yep.
Interesting.
Like you need to press the touch screen
さて、
before
まだイベント
your
中
finger.
ですね。
When
イベントシーン中
there's a
で、
window
だい
for
たい
it, it's
30分
really
ぐらい
short,
経過しま
but
したね
it's
というと
not
ころですけど、
bad
こ
to
こ
do.
で司会進行の
Just
方
have
は
to
交代
let me
と
know
なり
about
ま
it.
す。ここまでの司会進
Oh, well.
行は私、
Just
平
try
柳
to
担
menu
当
too
いた
fast
し
and
ま
suddenly
し
you
た。
get the Moloch.
この後もイベントをお楽しみください。ありがとうございまし
Basically
た。
what happened to Fletcher at that moment.
さあ、皆様、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。ただいまより、平垣さんに代わりまして、私、スクが、担当させていただきます。まだまだ黄金の太陽続きますが、よろしくお願いいたします。平垣さんほどの理解力は僕にはないですが、ぜひね、コメント欄の方で僕に教えていただけると助かります。今までの過程はほとんど見てないので、何もわかりません。ロビン君が手を出せるというスマブラ情報しか、携えておりませんので、よろしくお願いいたします。
I was definitely not expecting to have a full party and 7 extra gins, or 7 gins in general, to start off the first almost like 40 minutes.
なんか言っちゃいけないところに行ってるような感じはするよね。なんかね、なんか位置調整してるよね、明らかにね、これね。ね。エンカウントするとバグるっていうのはそういうことね。
One of them is grip, and Compa has grip, so we're just going to go to Compa runs. But first, we have to go to Carver's camp in order to set our new Death Warp location. And we'll pick up Chill. Nice little Mercury Gem. That'll be useful later on.
一応ね、さっきジンが何ぞやっていう話は一応聞いてたのでね、ちょっとわかりましたけど。
You're never going to see Synergy Battleground, Ding Dragon, which was another boss, by the way, and all that stuff.
早すぎて速読力が試されるね、これ。
And another clip. And now we're going to go straight to compartments.
こう、あっさり橋落ちれるね。なるほどね。山登るんだね。
So I would like to point out,
ノルド式かと思ったら案外あっさり登っちゃう。
Dark Dawn again, and I literally have not played Dark Dawn since its initial release.
Oh wow. So a while.
Yeah. And actually, I have a funny / like cruel story. Like, originally when Golden Sun 1 came out, like I had bought it and I let my friends borrow it. Like I had played probably like, I don't know, like 10-15 hours, and I didn't really care for it all too much at first. But then when my friends got done borrowing it and they were like, oh yeah, like you need to play it. Like it's really good. So I sat down and I pretty much no life the ever living crap out of it after my friends let me have it back. And then Lost Age came out and I really enjoyed that. And then Dark Dawn came out and I really liked that too, despite what some other people might think.
こうなんとか情報を探ろうと
Yeah, so the
本家の
reason
解
why,
説を
like,
聞こ
we
うと
can
してるん
go
ですけ
angle
ど、
where we want in
ただ
this
全
episode,
然
but the thing
わか
is
ん
we
なかっ
still
た。
need synergies, and
10時間
why
から
Rick
15時間ってところしか聞き取れなかっ
required
た。
us to do this dungeon. There's a few other synergies that are going to require us to do a lot of side questing in order to get the synergies we want. Mostly Art Heat and Gold Snap. And then, well, we also need a boat. Actually, I never mentioned that. We need a boat, and Yo-Yo and Himi, and in order to get a boat, you have to go through a 45 minutes long dungeon.
最初のダンジョン
So, yeah, it still got a lot of content, but as soon as you remove one of
40
the
分。
requirement that is
40
left,
分で最初のダンジョン
you
って普
can
通なん
level
で
a
す
lot
か
of stuff. But the problem is, how do we do that?
うわあれですか
So,
順
I
番
don't
変
have
な
an
順
answer.
番できてるとかそういう感じなのかな。
But who knows? We might stumble on
い
something.
やそうさっきあれなんですよ。黄金の太陽って GBA で出てるものしか知らなかったもんで、GBA でこのグラフィックと思ったら DS だったよねっていう。それだけなんですけど。
One of the biggest critique you can have about this
3
game
つ
is that
2
it
つ
sets up
2
a
つ
lot
3
of
つ
stuff
どっ
and
ちだろ
the story
うなん
gets
かね、
somewhere
3
and
つ、
then
2
there's
つ3
a
つ出てるよね。
big cliffhanger. But like, there's a lot of stuff that is incomplete, or like you could do so much more with it. And a Golden Sun 4 would give a very interesting
GBA が
piece of
2つね。
closure
はいはいはい。
to this game. And alas, we are been waiting for a really long time, and we're still waiting.
11 years, yeah.
11 years. But that's
Yeah,
okay.
That's a long time.
あ、なるほどね。ああ、なるほど
Notice
ね
that。if
はい
you
はい
put
はい
off a
はい
really
はい。
long time and then they do end up
GBA は
coming
繋が
out
っ
with a
て
remake,
て、なの
usually
で、
they put
は
it
いはい
into the
はいはい。
works for a long time, so it's usually a pretty good remake.
I hope so.
あれかな、ハロウィンみたいな感じだね。 ハロウ
Give
ィンの映画も、
examples, but Final Fantasy Remake is the
1
only one that comes to
は、
mind.
こう2は1
The
の、
7 remake,
1の
maybe.
終了時点の数秒後ぐらい
Yeah,
から始ま
that's
るけど、
honestly about the only thing that
あ
comes to mind.
新しく出
Right
た方は、
offhand,
ね、
that
リメイク
isn't
の方は何年後みたいな。
like a remaster. It's actually a completely different game than the original Final Fantasy VII.
Even if it's not a remake, I'd like a continuation still.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
な
Like something,
何
give me something.
Yes,
マーク、
yes, yeah.
マークに対応した
Right along
ジン
the
のスキ
original
ルを
storyline too.
当てるん
Because
です
this
か、こ
game
れは。
actually does have a really good storyline.
It has also a good soundtrack, despite this dungeon being like.
下に落とす。
This is generic dungeon theme number 1.
Thanks, Sakuraba, for your really.
おお、なるほどなるほど。
But there's a lot of really great
そういう
tracks
足場になるのか。
Yeah. The dungeon crawling music I heard, it has a karma for not being the best, but as far as like the overworld or the themes or the boss battles, pretty good music.
for sure.
Very important item I'm picking up here. It's an elven shirt. Gives you a little bit of agility, and multiply your agility by 1.5, which is pretty massive. It's basically a Moloch on its own. Considering the
た
game
だい
to be
ま、
very underleveled,
攻略サイトを教えてもらいました。
like right now I'm still level
攻略サイト見てわかるのかな、これ。裏で攻略サイトをいただきましたけど。
It's not going to get that much better.
は、 やったことある人がわかんないっつってて、俺は果たしてこの攻略サイトを見ててわかるのか？最初のダンジョンね。最初のダンジョンね。
Nice.
So I think they want the Jenna plushie. I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh man, I definitely can't imagine.
これどこなんてダンジョンなんだろう、これ。
But thank you very much for your very generous $25 donation.
Yes, absolutely.
Our prize total is it's getting close to 5,000. We're at $4,341. And as everybody should be aware, all of your donations go to NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. They advocate for people who have mental illnesses.
順当に解いてる。なるほど。
All the tools to get you
なんてダンジョンなんだろう、これ。
And it's very, very important these days that
あ、やばい、一瞬出たぞ。コンパルイン。
They definitely do is help anybody out. Their website is nami.com and just stop by. Give the site a look.
ゴンパ遺跡。
But I Gaggle took the words right out of my mouth.
ルインだから、あ、これだ、ゴンパ洞窟だ、これだ。
You just said, I had entered in the NAMI command in the chat, so definitely please check out the link.
ブロック落とし。
If you add excuse me, I'm getting my words jumbled up. But yeah, please definitely check out the link, especially if you need or want the help.
ブロック落とし。
Yeah, the Elven Shirt was always picked up in every route because it's not for your big time investment and it's very, very rewarding.
ブロックを全部床にはめ込むと、外に行く道が開くんですね。なるほど。
It's also useful for, say, its final boss. Very, very useful and doesn't take any time to grab. However, there's a few other items that we don't grab that can improve your speed. It's the Ninja Garb and the Zol Ring, because it takes like a good minute to grab. Well, this one just takes like 10 seconds maybe.
And the Elven Shirt also gives a defense bonus, but you don't need defense if the enemy never gets an action off.
I think we never really explained which Jins we got from the Jin heist. So ground is probably the most interesting one. It prevents an enemy from doing an attack in a turn. When you're fighting bosses and you can prevent them from doing one attack, once they only have one attack, that means that you have a free turn. It's very good. And so this is the only route. Jin Heist is the only route that can
ですけど、
have this effect.
ジンはあれですか？集めれば集めるほど得なんですか？
And you're going to take only 60% of the damage you normally take, which is also very good when you get one shot by attacks.
これでも知識の書っていうのを手に入れたのか。
Which has some very, very good damage output. And it's mostly just convenient because that means that we have right now with Flint we have 4 Venice gems
ああ、なるほどね。
inventory, and if
それ
you
か、
know your Golden Sun, you know that's
どれだけこう最低量の
which is the best
少ない量の陣
Venice
で
energy that you can get outside
クリアできるかでタイムが大幅に縮められそうな
So very,
感じ
very
が
cool.
しま
We
す
have
ね
a。lot
それ
of
は。
FPS and a lot of way to control fights right off the bat. But
So
we're
I
not
take
really-
it you'll be. Oh, continue on, Legrand. I'll ask my question after you're done.
ムーブでも動かせるが手で直接押した方が早いって書いてあります
So
ね。
like we have ways to deal with bosses,
本当だ、
but
手
we
で
don't
押してる。
kill any for a pretty long time, so yeah. It's still cool to point it out. Go ahead.
I'm assuming you'll probably be primarily leveling up boss fights when you don't skip them.
Yeah. there's still like a few boss fights, a few fights I have to take if I want to stay to be able to finish the game.
ね、これで4階に上がったら東側に行くらしいですよ。
Give you gins, and gins are still like very important to collect because that's like levels are important, but they're not as important as collecting gins for stats, for DPS, etc.
あ、ダメだ。もう攻略サイトと違うルート行ってる。わかんねえ。西側行ってる。
And it's the minimum amount we are actually able to clear the game with, as far as we know. Well, there's probably ways to do it with less than that, but be really inconsistent at this point.
あ、でも今グリップのクォーツって書いてある。
Yep.
なるほどね。ルート違う、こっちの方が早いの。なるほどね。でも攻略サイト戻ってきたよ。これを、なるほど。新たなフィールド用エナジー、グリップを習得できるって書いてある。物を掴んで引き寄せたり、棒などに捕まって自分が移動したりできる。あれか、スマブラのアシストフィギュアでやってる掴むやつか。継続ダメージ与えられるやつね。
Alright, so I have grip. As you can see, it allows me to grip things from far away.
あ、それムーブ、はい。すいません。
You need to stand by after. Alright, nice skeletons. So as you can see, I'm getting one shot by encounter rather than
ボス戦違う
right
これスケルトンだ。
I am quite on the level. At least on Mad and Karis. Well, I'm level 1 still. You're supposed to be out of Tanglewood.
火の作り込みすごいですね。
So, yeah.
これ全滅したのは大丈夫なんですか？デスルーラー。なるほど。
The thing is, in order to get our heat, we need to find a way to enter Aithai.
あ、なるほどね。グリップだけ取ってボス戦やんないんだ。なるほど。
And in order to enter Aithai, we need two items. We need the tree flute, and we need wood leather. So the tree flute, you can
ボス戦、そうか、ボス戦やんなくても別に、これでフラグが無視するのか。
So we're just going to head to Kyoto first.
あれなのかな？途中でセーブ書いてるのは、この山の上とかもエンカウント判定になってるって認識でいいのかな？お、なんか使った。何を使ったんだろう、今のは。
So, Sun Saga, it allows me to reset the area and reset the encounter counter, but it also allows me
なんちゃらサーガ。
well, because it resets the area,
地図を広げると、なんかあるのかな？
The game is going to put you down on the reload. And Sun Saga allows me to do that.
あ、なるほどね。はいはいはいはい。エンカウント無視できる。なるほどね。次は
when you open the book. So right now I'm in Kyoto, and
ここどこ？ここがどこかわからない。
And there's a bridge right here. This clip is
あー、なるほどね。じゃあ単純にエンカウントのやつはバグ対策じゃなくてあれか。時間短縮なだけなのか。なるほどなるほど。お、なんかダンジョンっぽいの入ってた。ロンリーアイランドルイン。何？孤独の 孤独の洞窟みたいな、そんな感じ。
And right now I don't exactly have all the synergies in order to clear it. So why am I going here? Well, you probably know at this point.
And the armor he got from the chest, it's not actually for defense, but to sell it and get coins, because we need money.
こと、
So
こ
every time
と
you、die in this game,
なん
you
か
have
そ
to
れっぽい
lose
のあるか
a little
な。
bit of your money. And I'm going to die so much into this early game, and well, I also started with so little money that if I try to revive people right now, I just don't have the money. So I need to sell something in order to revive
なんか
people.
めっちゃ右
And
側
this
タッチして
laser
ますね。
armor is, very, very good for that. So if you pay attention to Matthew's shadow right now, you can see it's slowly moving towards the top of the statue.
Oh yeah, it's inching in.
Very, very slow, but it works. So
なんかね、遺跡めっちゃあるんですよね。ウロボロス遺跡とか、テペ遺跡とか出てくる。
now, how do I leave this place?
なんか
Because like,
ヒントはないのか。
there's no real good way to say it. Well, just our usual.
リトリート。ルーラ的なあれ？ あ、あれか。ダンジョンの入り口に戻る系か。
Well, Leidos town we visited rather. Alright, so we're back to Kyoto. And in Kyoto there is, well, 2 items we have to grab in order to get synergies. The first one is blue leather,
全然どこかわかんねえ。
what allows us to go to Aitai. And it's just, you can get it after a cutscene. So the second one is the soul mask, which is required in order to get Cold Snap. So we are going to get both of them right now. And you're not supposed to enter the Ouroboros, which has the soul mask, without Amity. So you have to go to Aitai first and also get Amity. But you can also just clip out. Well, clip inside, rather.
なんかまた抜けようとしてるけど。
Now the problem is you
あ、
don't
抜け
know
た。
you're supposed to be at level 16.
なんかあっさり抜ける
or
な。
something.
あ、ウロボロス。ウロボロスの名前を見たぞ、俺は。
with level 1.
だ、ウロボロス遺跡だ。
So if I see an encounter, I'm dead.
でも壁抜けしてるからどこにいるのかわかんね
Saves comes throughout the dungeon. Um,
え。浮遊石を押すスピン。蛇の像を押すムーブで動かし進めるって書いてある。
yep. There's a way to reset an area, either to use the Sun Saga
ファイアボール。
or to save and reload.
ファイアボール。あ、ベロを出す蛇の像には、ベロに対してファイアボールを打つって書いてある。
The Sun Saga is only available in specific
なるほど、
places.
仲間にするのを無視してきてるわ
The
けだ。
encounter
なるほ
rate
ど
in
ね。
this room is crazy high,
Yeah, it is.
which is why there's a lot of saving in this room, even though it's so small.
Now, how much time would you say that you lose on every save and reload?
いいっすね。なんか、下手に、こ
Maybe
う、
15
ウロボロ
seconds?
スルインとかじゃなくて、
Not-
Fifteen
no,
seconds?
こう、
I don't know.
Z ウロボロスっていうの
I
めっちゃかっ
think
こいいっ
it's
すね。なんか。
14 for saving and reloading. I don't know what saving only costs.
Ah,
So yeah, it does take a long time.
yeah, a little bit of time.
Well, there's no real other way to go through it, so I'm willing
You're
to
not
take it.
losing it.
Well, technically,
Right.
you can go through rooms without taking any
ここで
damage.
はあれらしいですね。
It just requires some
ジャイロ
luck,
っていう
but
陣を
it's
確
just
保で
not worth it in an
獲得で
RPG
きる
setting.
ダンジョンみたいですよ。 一体ジャイロで何ができるのかは全然わかりません。
That's basically the interesting part about Alice Veda because the Alice Veda route gets Veda for all of this.
なんだろう、ジャイロボール投げられるのかな。
And Veda is a level 22 character.
投げろ、ジャイロボールって。
So she's higher levels than Tisare and therefore is able to survive pretty much anything. On top of that, she has access to revive, which I don't have access to right now.
あ、ジャイロってもしかこういうことこういうことジャイロってこういうこと
Veda here allows you to not have to save scum.
そういうことそういうことこういうことではなく。
Well, here it's basically impossible I survive anything. On top of not having to revive, making everything much lower every time I need to revive people. But the downside of Alice Veda is that you lose, I think it's 8 minutes getting Sveta, and you'd get her anyway later on.
風属性、幻攻撃ができる。
Well, Jin Heist is, well, taking 5 minutes to get Reef, and 6 gens, but 6 gens that you would
あ、もうゲットしたのか、これ。違う、これもうあれだ、なんかコリドーって別のところに来てる。別のところに来てる。ソルマスクっていうのを今入手したのか。アルケミーフォージでソルマスクを使うと、装置が完全に起動し、コリドーの街が一変する。こうコリドーの街っていうんですね。なるほど。
I actually do. I have an extremely generous $100 donation from Marshmallow Mancer.
Wow.
Yeah, $100. So thank you for that. That's very, very generous. He said, hello, Speed Aficionados. Thank you for playing. Thanks for playing hard for this great cause. And thanks for keeping me company during my long night shifts, which is a way currently helping his mental health. So it's thematically appropriate too.
寄付があったらしいですね。あ、ここは別の町、ごめんなさい。
And one that I am all too happy to support. The fact that I get to do so while watching people eviscerate some of my favorite RPG
気になるのは、これ、日本語版だと早いのかっていうの気になりますね。
Please keep on doing what you do. Bring us so much joy to a world that, let's face it,
テキスト一瞬で出てるからあんま変わらなそうな気がしますよね。
Now more than ever. And thanks again. And they're psyched to keep an ear for all the action all week long. So we really appreciate that $100 donation, Marshmallow Mancer.
Yes, thank you very much for your very generous donation, and we will continue on, keep it on. And we are absolutely more than happy to provide entertainment during your night shifts.
The red-haired girl here is Chalice. She's one of the main antagonists of this game. You were supposed to meet her before in Compa Ruins, but we kinda skipped that.
We kinda skipped a lot of content so far, huh?
Yeah,
we're also supposed to have already gone to Passage and get a few cutscenes earlier. And yeah, just probably skipped about an hour of content so far.
Including some character introductions. We're just later introduced to them at a later point in the story, I guess.
Yeah. Lots of cutscenes that are skipped. So what is good?
なんか一人だけ第三勢力感ありますよね。何その紐を引っ張ると何志村後ろって。たらいが落ちてきたりはしない。あ、違う落とし穴だった。惜しい。惜しい。たらいじゃなかった。そんなに惜しくはない。
So that we can try and conquer the city, which is totally what we're going to try and do. That's basically it.
あ、そこまで落ちる。そこまで落ちるの思ったより落ちる。あ、 何上のところがそこに通じてるの？え？それはセーフなの？痛くない？大丈夫？これはミンチにはならない。大丈夫？これなんかガラスとかあるかな？大丈夫だよ。大丈夫なのかな？危なくない？大丈夫？今の大丈夫だった。
I forgot to sell the archer armor when going to Kung Fu, so it's a little bit of time having to backtrack after this.
デスルーラしようとし。なるほどね。落ちると HP、これはどこの戦闘の段階で HP がここまで減ってるんだ？
Suddenly I'm rich.
なんか鎧を着ている。
Which now I have to revive my 1 HP, my level 1 characters. So because Karis is only level 1, it only costs 20 coins to revive her. It's dirty cheap.
なるほどね。ここが境界ね。
It bases the amount of money on what level they are.
Yep.
Very similar to Dragon Quest.
人によって金額違うタイプじゃない？これ大丈夫？強さによって値段が違いますみたいな。なんだろう、なんかバグらせようとしてるわけではない。
So now it's time to go to Passage. We've done everything we have to do in Kyoto. Please.
どういう原理で落ちてるんだろうな。ちょっと気になるよな。なんかこう、壁抜けしてると実践したくなる。
And just one judgment and GG. You can actually skip the animations in this game if you mash or A. It's pretty cool. So, yeah. 4 levels. Just a little bit underleveled.
ジンのエンカウント。これ必要なエンカウント。レベルがアジリティのレベルが上がっている。なるほどね。ジンを手に入れるために必要な戦闘ってことか。エーテル、ジュピターのエーテル手に入れた。合ってた？ちょっと僕の英語力は期待しないでください。
So despite being very underleveled, I have very strong damage output, which is nice.
方向転換を使って抜けて、なるほど。
Yep, please. Oh yeah, you're not getting away. And yeah, even though I'm really underleveled, because I have Moloch, I have plus 100 agility, which just means that
すっげえ属性対応表だ。ありがとうございます。
Guaranteed. Sleep bomb. That's annoying.
なるほどね。なるほど。はい。
So why are we going to Passage? There's actually no synergy up there, but there's progression. So once I use a soul mask up there, that's going to allow me to...
でもあれなんですね。マーキュリーが火水なのに、ヴィーナスとジュピターは別に惑星ではないのか。
which allow me to get RT. So that way I'll be able to complete both Aitai and the Harper runes.
いやまあ、そうなるとヴィーナス金属星ってなんだよってなっちゃうか。
Please don't kill cards. Yes, keep on targeting my G.
陣をたくさん拾っ
No.
たから、強いやつを召喚できるからエンカウントを、一撃で倒す。なるほど。でもヴィーナスって金星で、ジュピターは木星でしょ？貴族星ではない。金属星と貴族星。
And because my level is really low, my chances to run away is really not that.
この世界の半分をお前にやろうって。
That's why you kind of want to fight them at this point, especially considering how fast the fights are. Wait, I want to have that as well. As I said earlier, the route changes a lot. I haven't had much time to practice this route, unfortunately. So things are going to be slow. I was supposed to attack there. This is a range if I kill or not. Yeah. Listen. So this is Bark. He has the same effect as Grana, which means that right now I have 2 gens that can give me a shield.
土属性。
And they're both conveniently Venus Jin, so you can chain them into Judgment.
地、水、火、風。なるほど。水が回復。なるほど。
On top of that, ground is also Venus, so you can use Granite, ground. Attack first. Attack first guarantees my chance to run away.
なんか、あんまりこ
As one would expect.
う、
So,
一般的なこう属性ごとのイメージとあんまり違った効果が出るような。水が回復。でも普通か？いや、わかんないからいいや。これ以上触れないとこ。
was required in order to get Reef. But turns out, whenever you do this cutscene, right here, Reef actually leaves the party, as you can see at the top screen. He's not in the party anymore. And after the cutscene, he actually joins your party again.
水が回復技あるのか。なるほどな。
So that means that if you never went to compare runes, then you can get Reef here as well. And so that's
これは今何をやってるんだ？
It's technically
わ
unnecessary.
山か。
But so like it's time lost in order to get 6 gens. Which when you think about it makes a very, very good ratio of
どこなんだろう、ここは。
to get gens.
とんがり山
Considering you otherwise take a lot of time to get other gens, this is why Jin High
なんかとんがってそうだからとんがり山な気がする。
Passage is unfortunately the plot section of the game. So there's a lot of cutscenes here.
We have to go through a bunch of cutscenes in order to get access to Aethai and the Harbor runes. So if you have anything to you want to plug in, go ahead. We'll be here for a while.
Excellent. Well, just a reminder to everybody out there, we're supporting NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. I mean, they operate a national helpline available Monday through Friday, 10 to 10 Eastern Standard Time, which provides information, referrals,
確かに
resources,
主人公が
and
土属性。
compassionate
確かに。
understanding with trained volunteers.
火に全体回復技ある。へ
If you
え
call。them up, they can
なんかね、こう個人的には土とか岩ってこう防御特化的なイメージありますけど、ね、こう岩で壁作って。
Definitely a very upstanding charity. And all your donations are
あ、なんか見えないところ行った。家の中入った。何が起きてるの？失敗しちゃった。なんかあれかな？看板の裏の、あれかな、入室判定に入りたいのか、これは。
But we also have a stream key for Arc Noir. There's just a $5 coverage for that. Puts you in the running for it.
Just to explain what's happening here.
岩と対話して、こう中に入れさせてもらうみたいな。
Because this house contains the tree flute, and if you already have the soul masks, then you have no way to enter the house.
岩とフォースの力で対話するみたいな。
And I messed up the clip inside, so you have to do. And that clip took forever. I hate this clip.
Yeah, it's
入れた。
the best one. And the tree flute is required to enter a.
岩と対話。なるほど。いやー、上手ですね。ちょっと視聴者の皆様はちょっとお上手ですわ。
You're supposed to fix the forge first, then get the tree flute, then get the sun mask, and then start the forge. But we're doing it in a completely different order because we already have the sun mask.
Mm-hmm.
If there's donations, I think you can read some here.
Oh, okay. Let me just check and refresh here.
そりゃ勝手に看板あるのに、あんな無理やり侵入したら振り向かれるわな。もう怒られてるわけではなさそう。
That's GERMENCH. And our Japanese restream is twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. So if you wanted to, you could check it out in Japanese or German.
I really like Passage. It's a very cool town. There's cool stuff going on, but I know speedrun is
なんかね、ドイツ語リストリームと日本語リストリームがあるよっていう話をしてましたね。
Guts in corner.
I think it's 15 minutes of cutscenes in total or something like that.
Yeah, take about 15 minutes in here.
One thing I've always liked about this game is I like the little emojis that pop up in the head. So, like, even if you're not reading the text, you could still get where people are coming from in this game.
Yeah, it's mostly what makes
30分近くこのノリできてるけど、僕は果たしてこれ9時まで持つのかなこのノリで僕は9時まで持つのだろうか
You just want to get it over with.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Cutscenes, the bane of
今どこにいるんだろうな
Unskippable cutscene.
なんだろうどこなんだろう
Oh, yeah.
今なんていうダンジョンなんだろう
Casual playthrough, this is not so bad because all the cutscenes are split across 3 different visits. But because we want to go fast, we do everything in one visit, so we get all of the cutscenes immediately instead of splitting it up.
Actually, we do skip a few cutscenes here, because like the third visit we're never going to do.
Oh yeah, true.
So we're only doing like 2/3 of the cutscene here. It's still pretty long. It's time to reactivate the forge by lining up all the pieces. Very simple puzzle. Just like how you fix the boat in Golden Sun 2, now you fix the forge.
アルケミーフォージ アルケミーフォージってさっき見たぞ。これだ、今、コリドーってところにいるんだ。いや、分かっちゃいましたよ。どこにいるのか完璧に分かっちゃいましたよ。左下に書いてあったのに全然気づかなかった。
Oh, hey, hi, old man. It's really the first time we ever see you. Because we skipped all of the bottom part of comparings, we also skipped the introduction of Kraden, which is supposed to appear a lot earlier than this, but we skipped that because it's slow. And Kraden right now is with Reef, sister Noelle.
装置が完全に起動し、コリドーの街が一変する。これはもしかしてさっきの山の上の街がコリドーなのでは？
But it's not Pierce. That's for sure. There's a few interesting things about the previous characters of Golden Sun 1. We know Ivan having a child because it's Scarus. We know Isaac and Jenna had a child because it's Matthew. I think his mother is Jenna. I'm not
早すぎて全然何書いてあるか読めない。
And Garrett also, Garrett also had a child, which is Tyrell. But we have no idea where Sheba.
あ、ソルマスクって見えたぞ今。これで今ソルマスクをはめたのか。
Sheba, Pierce, and I can't really remember.
ソルマスクってなんだろう。太陽仮面
No, Vlad's French name is Isaac's French name. God damn it. I can't remember. Either way, the protagonist of Golden Sun.
太陽仮面太陽仮面
Oh, the reason why we know it's Noelle isn't Pierce's daughter.
太陽仮面ってゴレンジャーにいた気がするけど。いや、そういう話ではない。
Oh yeah, that would definitely be pretty weird.
It's already weird enough.
L ソラールはそれはプロレスでしょ。
Kraden knows everything. You should know that, Goku. So now there's a trend in Golden Sun games. Anytime you see an old man, you know that there's going to be a lot of dialogues. And this game is no different.
Old men in RPGs, they just love to talk.
ロコソラーレはそれカーリングだよ。
But they have wise wisdom.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Oh hey, the cutscene is over. We can leave. Yay! Oh wait, we need to go back. Never mind.
Oh heck.
ね、そろそろ7時とか8時ですかね。皆さん、あれですよ。ちゃんと、夜ご飯のもぐもぐタイムはしっかり取りましょうね。
Finally, because you're supposed to do all of Aethai, and then go through the Ouroboros, and then finally come back to see this cutscene. It's very, very cool, and it's always like a great moment. You play casually. Or even like, you know, traditional speedrun.
So now, is there only one category for Dark Dawn?
夕飯ですか？僕は
Well,
僕は
technically
さ
you
っ
could run
き
glitchless, but
カツカレーおにぎりっ
there
て
is
いうよく
no
わかんない
very
のを食べました。
justified reason to run
9時まで
glitchless
それで頑張ります。
unless you want to see the extra content, I guess. Well, extra.
All
And
the stuff that we
actually,
don't skip in the speed run.
yeah. Actually,
カ
100%
ツカ
is
レー、
also
カ
great
ツカレー
burger,
おにぎりって書いてあった割にはカレー成分少なめでしたね。
but no one has really the time to work in 100%.
さあ、なんか、そんなこと言ってる間に、
what 100% entails, but at the same
噴
time,
水
I'm not sure
塔
if I
の
want
てっ
answers
ぺんか
to
ら
the
噴水が
question.
It's get all gens and beat all the super bosses, I think. That's what it would be. Maybe get all
And get all
summons,
the
I think.
encyclopedia entries, all the red text.
Oh yeah, okay. So get all the summons, all the gens, beat all the super bosses, and that's quite the content. Which is annoying because since we are doing all the skips here, there's
ハラ
a few
ッパ
places
ー、
that
ハラ
are
ッパー
not
の街に
glitchless.
行くって書いてあったけど、
Namely,
まさか英語でもハラッパーだとは思わなかったよ。
are annoying, and, yeah.
はい、なんか、ハラッパから来てるとかそういう話ではなかった。
To enter Craggy Peak Alley. Which is not necessary in this category because we're never going there, but in 100% it's relevant.
So yeah, new discoveries every single week in Dark Dawnland.
Yep. Well, mostly because now we are currently working on, well, taking the time to work on 100%.
本当はあれ、
Yeah, there's quite a few
2つの、2つのマッチを救わないと大陸が潤わないみたいな感じなんですかね。あ、そうですね。なんかね、ね、一部日本のイベントを英語でやったりしてるなんていう現場はちらほら見かけますね。
which I'll be able to showcase hopefully without too much trouble. Still going to have massive troubles, but it's all good. We have time.
なんかね、すごいね、ハラッパーのところに気になることが書いてあるんですけど、アイスクイーンっていうボスに勝利すると氷の女王を入手するって書いてあるんですよ。なんだろうこれ。なんだろう。なんか英語が日本語になってる。
lot higher levels, but alas, it's going to be more challenging.
装備することでフィールド用エナジーアークチルドを使える。なんかすごい、なんか冷凍庫の宣伝文句みたいな。アークチルド。アークチルド対応みたいな。
We can forget about this place entirely. Even though we didn't activate the cloud access.
すごいなぁ。この攻略サイトの説明文、なかなか怖いですね。早速アークチルドを使い、遺跡全体を再度凍らせよう。なんか、遺跡を凍らせることに意味があるんですかね。なんか、悪しきものを封印するみたいな。
As I explained, ISI is where we are going to be able to get RT, which is our next progression item. Well, in the plot, it's supposed to be the next progression item.
Going this way skips a few encounters.
Not that. It's supposed to be. Alright, so welcome to ISI City, Water City. Quite a few cutscenes.
なんかね、下のところ、あれですね。ポケッチみたいですね。ポケッチにもありましたよね。こう手持ちのポケモンが、こう、なんかスクリーンセーバーみたいな。DVD のやつみたいに動いてるやつ。
Probably less than that, actually. I don't know. I never really attempted.
いいっすね。帽子使わなくても、こう船をいかだを移動させられるのいいっすね、これ。
Like most locations in Golden Sun reference real places.
Yep. If you look into it, if you pay attention, you've got a lot of really interesting railwork references. Obviously, this is Indonesia, and you can even see the design as well.
絶対良くないこと起こるよ、それ。
Like Kinggu's place heavily resembles China.
ウーの手紙。
In medieval era, we'll visit Tonfon and Himi's place. I can't remember his name right now. Yamata, which heavily resembles Japan. Lots of really interesting references. Even with the continents as well, if you pay attention to it, you will see Africa, Oceania, etc., etc. Like, it's really, really well crafted. You wouldn't pay attention if you didn't care about it, but once you care about it, you look it up and you're like, oh, this is that. That's cool. I really like that about this game. This series. Really.
なんだ、漢字が読めね
え。Alright, so now we are supposed to use the flute in order to enter Aethai, but I have other plans.
過労層
Because using the flute makes you go through a bunch of cutscenes, and I don't like
中国系の、こう、日本語の漢字の当て字読めん。あ、コートン。
Our malicious tricks. Now, this trick was found by Valisa, by the way. Like, actually, everything that we have in Aethai was found by Valisa. I think about it.
This was found by Valisa while Plexo was doing a run. And he PB'd, but the PB was already refuted by the time he finished it because of this skip.
あ、なるほど。コリドー行く前に。
Increased his time and then had to run it again.
That was what happened for some of the time. Okay.
三国志ね、読んだことないんですよ。
Full clip. Which is like a little bit of timing. It's difficult. If you fail it, then you are actually backing bound. So you have to put
なんか、
down,
口歩いてる。
when during the fall. This one is
ふわー。
very difficult. So I'm not even sure I'm going to get it first try, but let's see. Alright, nice. That was very, very clean. So you can get encounters in this place as well, which is why I'm using this in Sega. But yeah, we're in Aethai from a back entrance, which skips the Pythos introduction to Amity, saves a good 7 minutes. So now, as I said, we need the Tree Flute in order to enter Aethai. This is true in a casual standpoint.
7分のカットシーンをカットしたわけですね。なるほど。DS で、こう、ムービーで7分ってすごいっすね。容量管理どんなことしたらそんな入れられるんだろ
う。Yes, you heard it right. We're going to fight our first boss.
でもまあそうか。別にムービーじゃないから、リアルタイムだから。動きだけだから全然そんなことはないのか。
1, 2, 3. Yeah, we skipped through boss fight so far.
アミティ。
And we're not even going to do it right either.
アミティ。
I'm just going to save just in case things go wrong. But it shouldn't. Alright, so Sand Prince. Because we have access to double judgment, we've got Crown, we've got Granite, we've got Bard. it's really not a hard fight. Defense, One-Eyed Mercury. But we don't want to have our party in the
お
best
お、
stage
壁ができ
at
た。
the end of the boss fight, and you'll understand why later on. Oh, that's very good. Defense, ground.
すごいな。一つ一つ全然違うエフェクトついてるのすごい。あー、なるほど。これムービーだと仲間になったムービーが流れてるけど、いろいろ飛ばしてるから仲間には、システム的には仲間になってないんだ。なるほど。なんかね、ボス戦手前でデスルーラーしたり結構してましたからね、さっきからね。
Actually, wouldn't mind here that Brief survives.
すげえ、めっちゃエフェクトかっけー。
Mostly because of what's his name?
Tyrell?
Star Magician.
Oh.
So I'm just going to finish the fight now.
なんか、やっぱ壁抜けしてるからか、低レベルなんですかね。全体的に。あー、レベルがどんどん上がってく。
But normally, yes, I'll just wait for Reef to die and continue on. Because we are going to do a death warp after this. Now, why exactly? So our team is going to allow me to lower the water level in ISI.
PS1 の起動ロゴみたいなやつ出てきた。
Go to Bar Temple in order to get MET. Because that's the normal way to exit this place. It's after getting MET, you just leave once you have MET. But we just came here to get Art Heat. And so the thing is, so water level on the
あー、デスルーラしやすくするためになるほどなるほど。
only updates when you leave this room here from the bottom.
なんかあれかな、さっきのと違ってこう月っぽい感じしてるから、なんだろう、ルナマスクとかそんな感じかな。やっぱり太陽の次は月じゃないか。
If you manage to get to the outside, which is a problem.
太陽と月って言われると個人的にはこの脳内で OK が流れてますけど。
Still thinks the water is low. So if I die, then I'm going to go back to that room with the water level low, even though it's globally said to be high. And turns out there's encounters in this room.
ドラクエのルーラは、あれですかね、英語だとズームだから、デスズーム。あ、必殺技みたいな。
Yep. Oh no, everyone is dead. And so, if you look at the top screen right now, you can see that like the map is supposed to be covered in water.
そう、ここまで戻ってくんのか。
Well, it's the water is low, as I explained.
こう、個人的には DS もレトロハードっていう印象が拭えないので、なんかそろそろ DS ミニとか、DS ミニが出ると見づらいな。 なんかね、あんま容量大きくないからいっぱい入りそうですけどね。
Okay, right now water is low here because I entered from a place where the water can only be low. Okay.
水面で悪いこと。
No chill on fake Moloch.
Goodbye, chill.
So doing this trade, so that was a fake Moloch. I only had one Moloch set on Tyrell. And the second one is just a fake one that is created because Carthagin blah blah blah. And putting chill,
なんか
trading
ね
chill、there
スイッチに拡張ディスプレイみたいなの
actually
出して
created
もら
a
っ
new
て、
Moloch where
タイ
chill
プ C で
works.
つないで、上画面と下画面に
So
できる
now
みたいな。
I'm back to zero macro gen. And yeah, as you can see right now, the water is high, so that means I can just leave the place.
無理やり
It's
水
already
中
skipping
に
me,
行く
so that's the
無理やり水中に行
second
く
game where you can actually skip a character. Second Golden Sun game. The first one was Golden Sun 1, and if you skip Mia, then well, things were slower, but in this case, things are fast. I forgot to track this setup that Trick found.
本当は水抜かないと水
I just realized that, so now I
い
have
けないのかな
to do this stupid one.
We have a certain Plexa in the chat room.
なんかさっきので水位が上がっちゃって、こう下のとこ行きたいけど行けないみたいな感じな
And
のか今。
Plexa says now we can skip 4 characters in the Lost Age.
Oh yeah, in Manip you can skip the reunion using dev storage. But you have to save a crit to do it. In practice.
Oh my god. I hate this clip so much.
Not all bridges are created equally. Some bridge clips are easy, some are hard. This is one of the harder ones.
It just, like, sometimes just doesn't want to work here.
And once the water starts flowing in the river like it is now, the clips actually get harder compared to when there is no water.
Oh.
There we go.
おいけるかいけるか落ちれるか。おおいけたいけた。
clips that was found earlier. Like
これトンネルがあるのに上を通る。
3 days ago or something, but I forgot about it until I got here and I was like, oh, right, there was a thing here. As I said, this game is still changing every so often.
おなんか新しいとこ来た。
Anyway, now that the water
すげえ
is
なん
high
か
because it's so
モンテがい
musky,
そ
we can enter our barons. But if you find a way to enter this run, with out of bound clips or
う。なんかね
whatever,
色合いがす
you
ごい
could skip
ドル
entirely
ピ
the
クタウンみたい
soul
な。
so you could skip the entirety of
あここがあれかハラッパーか。今のがハラッパーがもしかし
just
て。
get cold snap this way.
ハラパルイン。
And we now have one of the best
Harappa.
in the game. Yeah, I know that you found it just for me, right? But there's just so many things to practice in this game. I just, I forgot it. Forgot about it. I do know the way to get to Star Magicians though. So
お
we're good on
地
that.
面凍ってる。
Whee!
Ice physics. So if you know your Pokemon games, then you know how ice physics works in video games. You slide until you
なん
can't
か
slide.
ポケモンのゲームでこんなのなかったっけみたい
That's how ice
な。
works.
ルビサファでありましたね。最後の方。
I this menu.
なんか
This
ルビサファはあれは僕は初見でサファイアやった時はあそこだけで3日かかった記憶ありますけどね。当時ね。
Just gonna save just in case, but nothing should go wrong.
Ice
Well,
Cream
actually-
has an instant kill ability, so
ルピサバだっけな、
Yeah,
なんかダイヤモンドパールかなんかにもあったような気がするような。なんか粘土ールがめっちゃ
I
出
haven't
てく
come
ると
back
ころ
to
で。
save you, old man.
え、
but I've
何
come
何
to
おじ、え
close the ice queen. So after
あ
the sand transfer,
出た、アイスクイーン。
ice queen. Very fitting.
this old guy here is the same guy that guards Fusion Temple in Golden Sun 1.
アイスクイーンを倒すと氷の女王が手に入るらしいですよ。
Bark. Like, if you don't have any kind of protection against... Oh, no. Okay, no, we could... That was a potential healing ability. We're good. And now, Ice Queen can't do anything for a turn. And then on next turn, I'm just outspeeding because Molot. Prognate, Granite, Bark. So since Granite and Bark have priority in the orders they are used, kind of like Quick Attack in Pokemon, we can use it before we try to use
カリスのタイトエナジーが有効。回復に余裕のあるターンはタイトエナジーをかけよう。積極的に火の陣を解き放ち、火の召喚で大ダメージを与えたいって書いてありますね。攻略のヒントを言ってたらもう終わってしまっていた。
if you're basically like waiting for it to be available. So it's very, very nice in that regard. It's the same check that is done for status killing effects. And I think as well for healing, but I'm not sure about this one. It doesn't do it for revives though. It does it for Jin revive though, however. But not the Psychic revive, which is annoying.
Oh.
But yeah.
生き返った。
Very, very interesting in how
ニュンパ。
this game is with
ニュンパっていいっすね。
Apex
声に出して読みたい。
compared to Golden
なん
Sun
ちゃ
1 and 2, where you have to actually pay attention to your speed in order to have actions go in the
正
right
規ルー
way.
トで6体目のボス。あれボス戦2回しかしてなくないですか？
We only realized that was the thing like a month
お
ago.
かしいな。ボス戦2回しか見てない気がするんだよな。
It's a thing that exists. Yeah, I know it doesn't work for the Psychic revive. I know it
氷の
works for
女王を
Jins.
手に入れましたね。
It probably does work for Water of Lives.
思ったより
I'm not
固
sure. I
形
haven't
物。
tested that. Oh wait, no, I need to click use the icon.
おじいちゃん仲間になった風の演出だけど別に仲間ではない。
So yeah, I have Arcade, I have Cold Blast, and Cold Snap. This is the only things I need in AJ region.
なんかあれなんですね。過去作にも出てきてるおじいさんなんですね。
And go to the next energy I need, which is
リトリート。
Crush.
Crush. Thank you. Now Crush is pretty far away. It's in Kolima. And Kolima, in order to get to Kolima, normally you have to go through Craggy Peak and then Tyria and then see Sveta, and then say bye to Sveta. And then get to Belinsk, realize that you have to save the musicians and do a bunch of more side quests. And then you get to Kolima to fight to get into corruption energy. Now, as you could hear, this takes a while, and it's a lot of cutscenes, and it's a pretty lengthy dungeons as well.
別に凍らせはしないんですね。
So instead, we're just going to,
なんだろう、慈悲のある行
to
動。
magic.
凍らせることに
Grandma and Balance
意
are
味
the
は
places
ある
that
の
are
か
short
果た
for
し
us.
て。
And as
もし
everyone knows, Balance is a place where there's only furries.
もし遺跡全体を凍らせたことのある方がいたら
Sounds about right.
教えてください。
Alright, respecting the plateau. Remember, if I hit this ladder up there, I can't go back down. I'm stuck there forever. So yeah. Remember how I said
いや、すごいなぁ。
if
どん
you're
どん進んでいく
not
な。
below solid ground, then on reloads and the game is going to put you out of bound? Well, this is just what happens.
あ、今これはもしかしてあれなのでは、
And
万里
now,
の壁ってやつなのでは、これは。
here allows me to trigger a no clip state. Now, why is this no clip? And how is that a thing? We have no idea. We just know it happens. So trust me.
全然当たり判定ない。
And yeah, I'm in Kolima now. Very cool.
And Kolima is currently plagued by nightmares, and you have to fix those.
Yep. So Kolima, after the Golden Sun events 30 years ago, started to specialize in herbs that helps you to sleep and have beautiful dreams. Yeah, no, I'm not going to go more in details, but yeah.
まさかの野営。
Now, anyone who consumes these herbs are seeing nightmares and are stuck in nightmares forever.
瞑想をしましょうみたいな、そういう感じ。
How do we do that? By taking some
どういう流れで寝転がってるんだろう、これ。
Because
The
we're
woman in the
adepts.
green, sorry, but the woman in the green dress here is Chill from Golden Sun 1.
え、何
She
え、
canonically
何
survives. In
え、
the
何
speedruns, she usually gets
何が起きたの？
or rather
Yeah,
not rescued.
It's a girl in
放り抜けフープって。
Goma? No. After Goma caves it down, I can't remember the name. But
Between Pilibin and Kolima.
yeah.
ああ、割と吸い込まれる。
But either way, it's a tree at the start of
割
the
と
town.
結構な吸引力。
Yeah, she's saved by the warriors of Ale. And ever since that time,
ファンタズマルボグ。
Matt.
ファンタズマルボグ。何全然日本語名が読めない。
You're the sons of the warriors of Ale. Only you can save us. You're the best. You're our heroes. Stuff like that.
英語から何も日本語名が読み出せない。
Not because I can self-log, but because I can just die and fight dies and I have to go to Sana in order to revive because there is no way to revive people in
悪夢。確かになんか悪夢っぽいのいるな。ワニみたいなのいるな。
It's going to... Yep.
Classic. This dungeon is really cool. It has really cool graphics, really cool puzzles. Unfortunately,
昔世話になった戦士の身内っぽい。ん？え、この子はロビン君でいいの？ロビン君の子供？え？やばい、わかんない。え、親戚？本人？親戚？あ、前作で。あ、ロビンの息子なんだ。へえ。
Around this mushroom for a bit.
It's a $50 donation from Plexa, actually, who said good luck LGT.
始まって2時間弱にして初めて知る衝撃の事実。
That definitely shouldn't be a problem. I'm not sure about Star Magician though.
とか言ってる間になんか壁抜けようとしてますね。
We really appreciate the donation and the work that you put in on this game. I didn't mention this earlier, but as a refresher course, I actually watched Plexa's YouTube video on a speed run of this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Plexa has done a lot of work on Golden Sun 1, Golden Sun 2, and even Golden Sun 3. So I did most of the routing, rerouting back when the run was 7 hours long. He did a lot of programming work in this game. And then when the time had come to
この壁を抜けると最後まで行けちゃう。
He was a very, very good member of the community of Golden Sun. He was around for a very long time. I said I should focus.
おっかね。
I should focus. No.
どこにいるんだろう、
I
今。
knew I should have saved.
あ、キノコのとこにい
See,
るの
this is
か。
why it hurts.
あ、今は
This
なん
is one
か、
of the most annoying minute clips
普
in
通
the
に
game
入り口入っちゃっ
considering
たの
it
か。
right next to the door. So if you clip too far, you hit the door loading zone instead of out of bounds.
Yeah, well, you can just clip all the way out, and sometimes you hit the door, sometimes you're just there sitting as a starter.
ああ、やっぱ難しいんだ。なんだろう。キノコと岩に挟まりながら
To get to the door on the other
入り
side
込む
of
と
the
か、そん
court
な感
on
じ
the
なの
right
か
side
な。
of the screen.
I was greedy. I should have saved, but last time I saved, I
なんか
it took me forever
こ
to clip.
う、ね、
So
僕の知ってるゲームでの壁抜けでも、こういう中途半端に斜めな壁ほど抜けにくいような印象ありますからね。なんか難しそうな雰囲気は伝わってきますよね。すげえ、地道な作業だ。
start going down.
I still think it's a shame that we skipped this dungeon. It's so
そうか、
cool.
方向転換で、そこの出口判定のところを向かしちゃってるから、これ壁抜けてどこに行こうとしてるんだ？最後のところに行けるのはわかるが、成功した？ではない。いいポジションに入れたのかしら。
Come on, man. Come on.
なんだ、どこに行きたいんだろう、この中に。ワープ判定があるのかしら。
I don't mean to laugh, but
今見えてる
the
右のと
pixels
こ
are
ろ
gone,
が。
so
な
I
る
don't
ほ
even know
ど。
how you're doing this. I have
Feel?
nothing visually to go
で
by.
も地図見ると
I'm
そっ
just
ち行
doing
け
it.
そうだよな。なんだろ
Normally, I'm
う。なん
really
か
feeling it, but
謎解かないとい
Eventually,
けない
he
感
will
じなの
clip
か。
out when he touches the top border of the screen.
yeah.
And until
Ah.
then, it's just hope.
こう地図上では行けそうだけど、
Usually, if
実
you
は
do
行
it
けないみたいな。
really well, then you clip out as soon as you're all the way down. But I don't know what happened here. It's just not working. That's why I hate saving because it just messes with my momentum.
地道な作業だ。
Surely. There we go. No, don't tell me.
あ
I clipped out, but immediately clipped back in. Great, good job.
でもセーブできてるから、セーブしたところから。
Practice it
やった。
earlier
なんとな
and it was
く、
fine.
全然このゲームわかんなかったから何もわかんなかったけど、こう初めてこう、奏者さんと一体になれてる気がする、気持ち的に。
It's okay, it's okay, it's fine.
That's really how it goes, Plexa. First try and
い
practice
けるか
every
な。
time.
It
な
really
ん
is
か
like
ね、
that
そっ
though.
ち側行くのに、こう
Yeah.
別のと
Practice
ころ
it
で
lasts
め
almost
っ
めっ
an
ちゃや
hour,
んなきゃいけない
and
と
then
か。
Yep,
2 hours into the
the
run.
live, completely different.
Thing is, you have to be patient with this as well. Which is the annoying part. So you can't see anything. There we go. You can't see anything. You have to be patient and you have to fill it properly.
いけたいけたいけたい
This
け
is
た
a
いけた
really hard trick,
なん
though,
かあっさりいっ
so,
ちゃった
Malak was tuned, press. Okay. Wait, what? Sorry, something wrong with here.
この並び替えはどういう意味があるんですか？なんか召喚の順番とか。
Oh, that's correct. It's just a string that it's wrong.
なんか組み合わせによってなんか召喚するやつ変わるみたいな。
Okay.
そんな、ファミコンのソルブレイみたいな仕様あります？
Just this.
Once you get multiple Molochs, the menus become very confusing because not every Moloch
並び替えとか
is
がどんな意味ある
You
んだろ
can't
うこれ。
easily tell who is on standby and who is set.
おー、何壊された。これボスか。
You can tell with the top screen, but.
Oh yeah.
おー、浮いてる。思ったより浮いてた。
Around you. Okay, so Sludge is basically kind of like Star Magician. He's got skulls instead of
あ、
bolts.
単純に
and,
並び替えは
this
あれ
can
なの
just
か。
fill
召喚
Sludge and
する
make
選
it
択
deal
の
with
しやすさ
50%
なのか。
damage. Instead of 100%, but if you ground it before it has a chance to move, then you can prevent that and then kill it on turn 1. Sludge is basically the only thing that's really dealing damage on this fight. Oh, that's annoying.
これなんで、敵側もその、同じ魔法というか、なんか、グリップとか使えるんですか、敵側も。まあ、主人公家系の特殊能力とかではなく、こう使おうと思ったら誰でも使える感じなんですか、これは。
Right. Always forget. Whoa, he's killing. That means this next return. What could go wrong? Especially when I'm going to like that. Alright. Cloud. So haunting, when you're haunted, if you deal damage, then there's a chance you are going to take the same amount of damage back to yourself. Just like that. Thankfully, Maddie's still alive. Finish. You. Granite. Frostbite. Do that.
なんか普通のボス戦その3かな。お、倒した。
So again, a little bit on the level.
倒した。倒した。やった。
Just that.
なんかデバフかかってるけど気に しなくていいやつなのかな。なんか明らか、なんかあれだね。セフィロスの下火みたいな。大丈夫、これこのまま放置してるとダメージ受けない。大丈夫。
Because the next boss isn't fun to do if someone is haunted.
Well, it's fine for anyone that isn't gold, Matt. Because everyone that built, well, actually, Reeve does damage on the next fight.
そんな上まで出てくるの？
Fine without,
消えた。消えた。角その角はどこから出てくるんだ？角あったか？
And there it is. It's Crush. So we still haven't fully healed Kolima, so we're still supposed to use an elixir on the tree.
爪
But they're
か。
not going to do that.
なるほど、
That
爪
takes
か
a。little bit too long. Oops. Gallon. I almost forgot about Gallon.
A very significant level gain for everybody.
Yep. We are missing out on content here. Yeah, this one.
お金。
And the reason I almost forgot about Gallon is because it wasn't there in the last route I run. I'm getting the routes confused.
リス。あ、ジンか。ガーランド。ヴィーナス。これ地属性かじゃあ。牙なんだ。なるほど。何かに使えるのかな。おお、何のためらいもなく井戸の中に入ってった。思ったより躊躇なく入ってったよ。
So he's the prime candidate for your spamming judgment.
Golden Sun one runners will know that
で、倉庫版が始まると。
the Venus Adept gets haunted.
Spooky friend.
倉庫版一瞬で終わっちゃった。
And the only way to remove a spooky friend is to either die or repel evil here.
この、なんかショップは絶対このおじいちゃんなのか。ああ、装備するとエナジーを覚える系。はいはいはい。さっきの氷の女王とか、みたいな感じか。
Because who gets haunted and doesn't die?
なんとなくシステムが分かってきたぞ。
Alright, so now we need to go to Town Peak. However, in order to go to Town Peak, we're supposed to heal Kolima. In order to do that, we need to do to go through a bunch of cutscenes.
なんかちっちゃくなった？
where we meet Briggs,
気のせい。
the brigand from Golden Sun 2, but now he's old and he's just a normal.
なんかサイズ感ちっちゃくなったような気がしないでもない。気のせい
But
か。
we're not doing that because that takes forever and it's
気の
just
せいか。
cutscenes, so instead we're just going to clip out. Nice setup.
This clip is subject dependent. It's super fun.
ねえ、なんかね、
Like that, we have a setup that makes it.
さっき6番目のボスとかいう話題が、あ、さっきかかったデバフをね、はいはいはい。
Hello?
紹介的な立ち位置なのか、あのおじいさんが。これね、6番目のボスって言ってましたけど、それでもまだ半分いかないんだっていう。ああ、なるほど。もうなんか見えない中進んでる。ああ、壁を貫通する。コリマジャンクション。
So let me get this straight. You're gonna slap the bird awake?
Yep.
You know,
That's
as a
the
gag
problem.
like geese.
タンクグラブ。エナジースマックを使用可能になる。
But the alternative to watching these cutscenes is death warping out of the next area, and that's slow either way, so it's not as bad as it seems.
And these are why we have to go through it because we don't have Zeta. It's only a question if you are doing early Zeta, so therefore you have Zeta for this cutscene. But...
Yeah. あ、悪霊は神父に払わせないといけない。なるほど。
So don't worry about those guys. We're not going to see them very often, but know that like we're supposed to have met them before. I also don't mind that Amity guy at the bottom. I don't know who he is. I think he's basically a new Kraden. Or trying to be a new Kraden. I don't know.
こう神父さんって意外に結構悪魔払いとか悪霊払いとかするような演出ありますけど、 少なくとも僕が見た映画、みんな、なんか本で読んだことあるだけみたいな設定でしたけどね。なんかね、なんかいろんな国
This next place is
の
pretty
なんか
scary. I
要素
still
入
don't
って
have
そうで
access
すよ
to
ね。
revive synergy. I should be able to.
万
And
里
I
の壁
pretty
っていうらしい
remember
ですよ、あれ。
enemy encounters are pretty scary, so chances are I can die.
凍らせる。凍らせてる。コールドスナップ。あ、これで足場にするのか。あ、
And
木
this is
登れ
the
るんだ。
last use of cold snap
そ
in
の
the
木は
entire game.
登れるのか。
Yep, I only picked up cold snap in order to cold snap those two pillars. So find a way to progress here without cold snap, and we can skip harbor runs and soul mask. You can't kill me, right? You're not gonna kill me, right? It's just a simple goblin. No way to kill you.
デスループしようとしてる
Famous last words.
わけではなさそう。
Uh,
あ、逃げた。逃げた。
which is why I say, because I know things can happen.
普通に逃げましたね。
Gosh. Set my jeans back, please. If you paid attention to my gin setup just now, you might have realized that I only have two types of gin. I have Venus gins. I have actually 7 of them, and the rest is Jupiter gins. Now, half of them is Moloch, so I can't actually use anything else than Procne. So my only options for summons are Judgment and Procne right now. It's not a lot.
あ、僕の知って
I
る
don't
神
have
父
any
は
margins, I don't have any mere courage.
最終的に自分で悪魔取り込んで行方不明になりましたね。
You know, it's not supposed to happen at this point of the game, but it is. And the problem is the next boss is resistant to Judgment, to Venus attacks. So with my damage being
さあ、
like
ツタを伝っ
90%
て、
Venus oriented, it's pretty annoying to deal with.
チョ
At
コ
the
コロ
same
ネを
time,
盾
we
にし
also
たや
have
つに掴んで、
ground, so it's really not as bad as it seems.
And to clarify, if you have multiple chins, each chin can only contribute once to a summon. So
あ、
if
なん
you
か
have,、
鳥の、
four
でっ
Molochs,
か鳥の
you
足
cannot
跡。
summon four.
Yep.
これがあれか。
You
あ
can
の
only summon.
ロック長、
It would be
ロック長か、これ。
Yeah, otherwise we'd be printing a lot more gens because we've got ways to print
神鳥の岩山。
of the same instance. Because Molochs. This. Bark with breath.
これボス戦か。
Oh, wait, I just did that.
あ、結構ボス戦ラッシュ続きますね。
Moloch with Gallon. Back here. Stand by Flint. I was supposed to do 2 minutes, but what? Slap the bird.
やだ、痛そう。
It's quite a big bird.
あんな喉叩かれたら痛いよ。
Now slap it again.
そりゃ怒るよ。あ、そんな
So it's
怒って
about
な
the main reason we're
い。
getting
起きたけど、不動。
we're dealing with this
うわ、
bird.
ひ
So
どい。
there's flying wings
あ、羽落
that
とし
I
た。
broke at the start of the game because it was stupid. And this is why there's this feather here.
羽を回収するとイベント発生。あ、これでボス戦が始まるの？喋った？
Oh my
鳥さん喋っ
god.
た？
It's a guy.
違った。 すげ
I think
え。
it's the first time.
世
No,
紀末
actually,
部屋だ。
probably so GLaDOS in the first Rave cutscene. Okay, so GLaDOS can go. It's two bad guys.
お、さっきの角の人だ。これは、あれですか、要約すると、なんだかんだって言われたら答えてあげるが世の情けって認識でいいですか、これは。どっちかっていうとこれ小三治かな。武蔵と小三治。あ、なんか会話してたら鳥起きちゃったよ。せっかく気絶させたのに。
Twice, actually. But yeah, so on this fight, the bird has a set pattern. He's always going to do the same 8 moves in a row.
うわ、起こすだけ
The
起
last
こし
one
て
is
逃げちゃっ
Stormwall, where
た。
he will start doing random moves. Because he's going to
後
change
始
form.
末はやってくれと。
But the thing is, I have ground, and that's going to prevent him from doing half of his moves.
物理ダメージが怖いので防御力を上げるエナジーや陣を使おう。4レベルの召喚を積極的に貯めたい。
Every 2 turns so that it's always available, so that I can slap him. And that's why I have my gen set up the way I have. Granites, Adanda, Sack, Frost. And the best way to do it is just to have 4 gens ready so that I can always use Judgment with a ground up. And that way I can do what we call basically a pseudo Kordas strat. Because Kordas is the strat that is
いや、エフェクトかっこいいなぁ。積極的に邪魔してくる第三勢力ってことは、あ、本当にロケット弾でいいんじゃん。認識として間違ってなかった、そんなに。あー、なるほどね。バリア。はいはいはい。バリアで見守って攻撃1回ガードして防いで、で行動封じして次のターン攻撃できなくして叩く。で次先制でもう一回バリアしてみたいな感じか。だんだん分かってきたよ。
You just have to kind of get used to it in order to set that up. Let? That's good. Ramses, Plasma, Corvus, and Frost.
And at 6 turns, this is the slowest fight in the entire game.
Damage is gonna be longer, but.
Oh yeah, true. I forgot. I
あ、
almost forgot.
すごい下画面ちゃんとつながってるんだ。
Yeah. So it's only slow because we have the only way to damage him is ineffective attacks. But it's still very fast and very, very much controlled because Crown exists.
I can't wait to collect all the magma shards here.
Yep. So after beating the rock,
Oh,
now we
toast up.
progress through buildings, and the main reason why we defeated the rock in the first place, well, actually the only reason we defeated it, was in order to get magma shards here. We actually only need 3, which means I get to keep slack.
石化しちゃった。口の中入った。
Because there's another way to exit than the normal exit.
ボス戦勝利後マントルチップを拾う。口からロック町の中に入る。奥でイベントが発生し、スパンクグローブとオーブを奪われる。ロック町を倒した衝撃でロック町右手前床にひびが入っている。クラッシュで床を壊すと崖から飛び降りられるようになる。落ちた先にジンがいる。
So instead, we are just going to keep the slack gloves.
そうね、なんかイベント発生しなかったですね。
The other workaround would be to get all his Veda, but yeah, it's just much faster.
なんで発だってなんかイベントらしいイベントしなかったね。
And you have to do that clip here because you cannot retreat from this room.
何が起きてたんだ
next room to retreat out.
Yeah, and there's no way to die either in this room because there's no encounter.
しかもあそこ壊すと何
Bye bye.
ピューって落ちてったな、下に。これでさっきの街に戻ると、3人目の音楽家が仲間になる。音楽家。音楽家で何をしようとしてるんだろう。音楽家を集めると何かあるのかな
There is a chin here, teardrop. You can see it just in the top left corner of the screen. It's very fast to get. It's very fast to get, but we don't need it. So.
Bye, teardrop.
Jin 出してジン取らないの
pick up a gin that is so fast to get. Might be wondering. Well, I don't need it.
取るには早すぎる。いらないジンなんだ。なるほど。
Yeah. They don't pick it up. And that is, I'm gonna spoil it now. So there's going to be a bunch of cutscenes now. That is because
取っただけ得っていう割には、こう、いらないジンがあったりするんだな。
So this is the only Golden Sun game where you just never pick up Mercurgens. Or rather, you end with 0 Mercurgens.
音楽家必要。音楽家いないとダンジョン開けられないのに。
I am going to.
I'm
going to get some margins.
思ったよりケモケモしている。
They are not really that bad, but yeah, skipping old Mercury.
The Belensk music is an absolute banger.
Yep. And it's all furry town. So if you live in Belensk, Russia, well, you know, I'm sorry to tell you, but you're a furry. Or I'm glad to tell you. Either way. Anyway, because I have the slab gloves up again from this entrance, which you're not supposed to be able to use, but it exists. You can enter it. And there's even cutscenes for when you use the magma shard here.
さっきのか
and
け
get
らを
inside
置くと
from this back entrance you're not
中に
supposed to
入
be
る
able to use. So welcome to Balance Prince. We're going to be here for a while. So we're only supposed to go in Balance Prince in order to get inside the castle, but sadly we won't be able to, and we'll have to go all the way down. Which people... Actually, no, people never warned us about what we're going to do down there, but they're supposed to, so let's just pretend they do. And hey, this is the best character in this game. It's better.
Sveta is awesome.
すべら、すべた、すびた。
So she's what's that called again?
あ、さっきの二人組だ。
Beastman, yeah. And she's aligned with Jupiter, which means she has really high speed. She also has really high attack because of being a Beastman. Beastwoman. So yeah, she's really strong. Like, she is kind of lacking in the amount of PP she has, but it's usually fine for what we need to do. On top of that, she has a gimmick synergy called Beast Form, and that allows her to turn into a fully transformed wolf. And it gives her, it basically doubles her attack damage and gives her a lot more HP. But for every time she's she's in Beast, she's consuming 1 gin at a time, which is fine when the fight takes less than 5 turns, and she becomes a real powerhouse. So Sveta is broken. On top of being a Jupiter adept, which is the best kind of adept you can have. Now there's a cutscene after this. Telling you, oh no, the bridge is destroyed, we have to leave. But you can actually just retreat out and go through the back entrance, which you're not normally supposed to do, but we can because we kind of entered in a different way. And that saves it, and that skips a cutscene. Kind of a short one, but it skips a cutscene.
Less smashing is always good.
Content over cutscenes. Hell yeah. This was actually figured out fairly late. Because I was just messing around in here and I said, wait. I randomly asked, wait, has anyone tried to retreat out after this Veda cutscenes? And yeah, it turned out it was possible. It's a pretty funny time save.
なんか太陽、月、物質はうんぬんかんぬんって書いてある石板。左右から玉の乗った台座を押してセットした後、下のところに立つと起動するそうです。
We still have to go through a bunch of cutscenes.
That might be a good time to mention. We do have a bid war still going on for the upcoming game, Hyperdimension Neptuna Rebirth 2. You can choose the language for. You can either choose Japanese or English. So if you wanted to put money towards anything, every single donation that we get is very appreciated. So feel free to donate at any time.
Lots of cutscenes here because this is kind of the big plot point of the game. There's lots of things that are going on, and it's going to trigger the next big part of the game. Because up until now, all we wanted ever to do was gets a rock feather, and we've got that. So why are we here, actually? Shouldn't we be able to finish the game? Well, it's because we're trying to save Eoleo, which is Brake's son. He's right now held captive in Belin's castle. Because, you know, he's a pirate and all, but he's also a friend. So we have to have friends.
何も読めんかった。
By the way, these tablets don't actually check if you have the glyph book. You're only supposed to be able to read them with the glyph book, but they don't actually check for it. It's only checked in Compa Ruins.
Yep.
Oh wow.
おー
No item check. That's strange. Usually they attach item checks to things like that.
Well, it's because you're not supposed to leave compounds without it, so like it makes sense they never check for it. It's good for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, if
あ
we
れで
could
すか
find a way
闇の
to
扉ですか違
uh,
う。
go to the top of compounds,
闇の扉が開かれた。
then that's a potential escape that we can actually do. So look at this void boy. We're gonna pick it up.
黄色と紫の柱はクラッシュで叩くと引っ込み、もう片方の柱が出てくる。うまく足場を作ってジャンプで進む。
Tower goes out.
すごい、謎解きがわかるぞ。謎解きのルールがだんだん分かってきたぞ。
You get some along. And because Sveta also joined with, yeah, I think it's 5 Jupiter Gins, we now have access to double Thor. Well, before we only had access to Procne.
お、倒し
So
た。
pretty nice improvement. So Chasm here is one of the
これ
best
で、
gins
あれかな
to
ジンゲッ
because
トしたのかな
it gives 90%
なんとなく
damage reduction
ジン
for
が何なのか分かっ
So
て、
it's
ジンの見た
basically
目がなんとなく
powerful
つかめてきた
Granite,
ぞ。
but on steroids. Very, very nice gin to have.
まあ、そうなんだ。なるほどね。こう、後半で
And on top
参
of
戦
that,
しても、
doesn't take much
こ
to get there, so.
う、不釣り合いが起きないように最初から持ってるんだ、ある程度。
And it is the only gin in Belinsk that's not permanently missable.
Actually, yes.
You're never going to miss it because it's obvious, but you can go back and get it, even in the epilogue.
Yes, because we have all those glitches in this game, so only gins that are missable is gins in this town. You can never pick it up before the eclipse, and they're gone forever. Well, you can technically get them, but then you are self-locked into town because there is no way to exit. And now I hope you all are ready for some Fire Emblem. Because that's what we're going to do. It's Fire Emblem in Golden Sun.
What an excellent series.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely pumped a lot of time into Three Houses.
I'm so hungry. I need food. It's okay. I'll get food after this run. This room is like kind of fun casually for the first time
自動
around,
加入
but
か力試し。
after that, it's well, not fun.
It's quite a cutscene heavy room.
Yeah. So I have to destroy the king with this little guy. And in order to do that, I have to move it all the way around like that. And yeah. I can't move it in range of all the other units, because otherwise it's going to die, because it only has 1 HP. So yeah. This is kinda long.
Especially since the lights always flash up after you make a move. Just to make sure you really understand what's happening.
Yeah.
Certain other people compare this room to another franchise, which shall not be spoken.
I'm still trying to get over the fact that that one soldier tried to do a clip that Legrand did earlier, and he only got halfway through the wall.
Didn't practice enough. It happens.
This place is a very, very cool dungeon overall.
Yep.
I really like it. And on top of that, the music is a giant banger. Makes you really feel the importance of what you're doing. Even though you don't really know what you're doing, you're just doing it to progress. Because the only way is forward.
This part of the dungeon is like the final dungeon in the Lost Age, where there is 4 wings, 1 for each element, and you have to solve the puzzles within each wing to proceed.
ああ、なるほど、なるほど。見た目
I
が
think I'm
固
picking
定だっ
these
た
up
んですね。
for
やっぱ仲間いろんな絵柄いた方が楽しいですもんね。
That sounds reasonable. That's a mist potion. It is a full heal for the entire party. Pretty useful.
Yep. 'Cause like what I have planned for that boss is only one character that can heal, but I'd rather it'd be great if I had someone else that could do it. Are you talking of the djinns that are dancing around? It's actually the top screen. And that's also something that was made in this game compared to Golden Sun 1 and 2, is that every djinn has their unique design. So you can see Grand is that really big chunky boy. Very, very cute. Well, it depends on the game. I think there's some games where the
そろ
action
そろ
happens
何を
off screen.
話していいかわからなくなってきました。
Actually, yeah, Pokemon. The action in Pokemon games happens on the top screen. It just depends what you want to do with the bottom screen, since it's the only one you can have
ここはまああれか。
dash inputs.
こう向こう側に行けるように足場を作ればいいだけか。
Right?
The chest here contains the Hogbane mace or something. It's not the most useful weapon in this game.
There isn't that many weapons that are useful anyway in Golden Sun games, just because of how powerful synergies and summons are. And Jins as well.
Yep. And this clockwork here, you probably assume you can clip off of it somehow, but you actually can't. It has very solid coding to prevent you from doing anything fancy here.
As far as we know, that is.
Yeah.
If you were able to get to the very top room of this screen, then you would be able to save like 2 hours of content. Probably. But less. Well, maybe not 2 hours, that'd be a lot. But yeah, like, this place is holding us back from breaking the game to really shattering it.
The game tries to make really sure you do this dungeon.
ああ、20時間のラン。ああ。20時間すごいっすね。僕、一番長いのなんだろう、僕がやってるやつだと。あ、そうですね。一番長いのだと。そうか、僕一番長いのでも、1時間50分とかそんぐらいかな。睡眠ゼロで20時間ってなかなかすごいですね。
We are so close, but yet so far.
健康には気をつけて RTA していただいて、ね、皆さんも RTA するときはしっかり健康に配慮しながらね。それで RTA やって体調崩しちゃったら、あれですかね。本末転倒ですかね。
This room right here is the only reason we need art heat. Simply to be able to move this dog. And, well, actually access to the statue at the bottom. They do. Like, it's something I've been... Well, I'm not the only one who have thought about it. But it really... I found it kind of weird that no one actually picked up on the whole
全世代 RTA。
in RPGs to make, like, cool dungeon puzzles.
まあね、休憩前提の RTA とかも結構ありますからね。
No one actually tried to do something kind of similar. Because it offers you such So many possibilities to make puzzles and
まあ、
interesting
休憩
dungeons.
するときに、こう、タイマーを止めていい RT ゲート、止めちゃいけない RT ゲートありますからね。
How
ぜひ
many
走られ
actually,
る方はちゃんと
like
ル
how
ー
many
ル
synergies are in the game?
目通して
Oh my god.
やりましょ
That's
う
a
I don't
good
know.
question.
体調に気をつけてもちろ
Probably too many to count.
Basically,
Compass.
every class
Compass
you're
にね。
in, which is going to depend on depends
こ
on
れはもし
which
やフリーメイ
gear
ソ
you
ンの
have set on, which types of gens are going to give you
そんなこと
different
はな
sets
い。
of synergies.
お
So say for example, for
あれで
gender
すか、水
gens
金地科目ドッテン
on
解明みたいな。
a Mercury adept is going to give you access to wish
惑
wells.
星を意
basically.
識してそうな配置の仕
So
方。
it's entirely dependent on class, and there are some synergies that are like set to characters or depending on items, like slab, track, etc. So like there's a lot.
惑
In
星が
terms
一
of
直線になった時に何かが
dungeon
起こる
progress,
み
there's
たいな。
probably like a good 15 maybe. There's quite a
Sounds
few.
about right.
Got move, firebolt, growth,
太陽。
wind, track,
Grab,
trip push, yeah.
swing.
Go snap art hit.
Swing
I
is
think
grip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12, 15 sounds about right.
There's also firmer, mind read. Oh, you already
Yeah.
said spirit sense.
DAO search. We've got options. Alright, we are now at the bottom, final puzzle. So you're supposed to go to the
顔が
back room and figure out there which images you need to use in order to progress.
But we already know the solution.
Yeah, it's always the same, so... So Mars is the bottom, then it's here, that was top right, and then finally Whirlwind bottom. Yeah, this is... I think it's really the only cutscene where the frame rate suffers because the game has to load so many characters. It's kinda amusing. Let's say that.
Oh, look, it's an eclipse. What could this possibly mean? You could call it foreshadowing.
Well, we are shadowing something, alright. Bard was flint. Set ground, set Molochs. Set now. Chitara. Alright. Safety save, just because it's been a while.
Ideally, then the boss fight here is a 2-turn fight. That's the ideal case.
Yeah, it's so Blados and Callus, because that's going to be the boss fight. That's we're not spoiling that much. So Blados is the one who is going to deal damage, and Callus is mostly here to deal status effects that are annoying. But like status effects aren't really scary when you are spamming summons. So the only really annoying thing that can happen on this boss fight is they can use Shadow Shield. So Shadow Shield is reducing your damage by 50%. And they both can use it, which is pretty annoying because they only have access to ground to 1 ground, so I can only prevent that for so much. So hopefully that doesn't happen too much.
どうなんですか？ここはラストダンジョン
Here the game introduces
なん
a
ですか？
brand new blue hat
ラストダンジ
character.
ョンにしてはまだ早いな。まだやっと折り返してんだもんな。あ、ついに直接対決。
Scary ones the party. Show. For frosts. Shadow Shield. Double Shadow Shield doesn't do anything, but that's funny. It does the same effect as only one. So okay, now I have to improvise. This actually who has ground? There's Ramses ground. Just go with that. Oh, oops. I should be able to use side elf here. Never mind. It's Ramses' time. Zap. I can use Settle.
Punish has a chance to instantly kill a character, so it's good that didn't happen.
Yep. Alright, now only Jealous alive. Should be much easier. Actually, where is I don't know. Okay. That took a bit. I was full on improv after his turn 2.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that a single Shadow Shield costs so much time here.
And it's kind of the problem with this we don't really have a way to back it to have a backup if Shadow Shield happens. You kind of just hope it doesn't happen. Oh wow.
Oh wow, a brand new blue-haired character. I wonder who this is.
Mm-hmm. His name is Arcana. Obviously. It's definitely
Never heard of
related.
it. But he seems to enjoy punching Tyrell for some reason. And here the Alchemy Dynamo gets started. We didn't see Tread and Laurel, but if you meet them, they tell you explicitly to not start this machine. And that's exactly what's going to happen now.
Oh no! Who would have seen it coming? Yeah, it's fine. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just doing it to save his sister, right? That's why it's happening, right? Oh well, who cares?
But at what cost?
Everything. Now they escape. Oh no.
This is a Metroid game now.
I would gladly play this game over Metroid Other M.
Poor Metroid was just taking this bullet. Okay, so there's potentially a scare through here. If I'm fast enough. And if I have good movement. I can skip a text box. Which saves like 5 seconds. Oh my god, really? Alright, and
Wow,
there is Eclipse up there, but we're skipping it.
That was super close.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I thought I got it.
Oh.
And yay, we're at the back of place now. We can now enter the castle. And slap the bell.
You're supposed to save Kraden first, but it's Kraden, and that takes a lot of time. So we're not gonna do that.
Hey, we're going to go straight for Yellow. Whose cage is now slappable, because it wasn't up until now. I'm sure you missed those clips. I'm actually just holding the button, the touchscreen right, and by the way, I'm not pounding it.
Yeah, that's just the animation of the cursor.
Get to see the extra cutscene. I wasn't supposed to enter, but turned slightly too early.
If you can figure out a way how to slap this cage early, you completely break the game. But the game tries really hard to make sure you cannot slap Eolio early.
Yeah. Whoop. I'll pull the cable. Sorry about that.
And this is a much better Mars adept than Tyrell.
Yep. Well, first thing is he's got a lot more HP because he's a lot higher level.
He also has, I think, 5 Mars Gen equipped, if I recall correctly. And now plot happens.
Oh no, we did the bad thing.
Which we were specifically warned about.
Come on. So this clip right here is going to allow me to skip another Eclipse cutscene. Third.
ね、もうね、なんだかんだ。もうね、ESD 見る限りは、あと1時間半とかなのかな。どうなんだろ
う。You can soft lock if you go too far into the water.
Oh, can you? I didn't know about that. What happens then?
If you go too far to the right, you drop all the way down and then you're stuck.
Damn. Well, that's scary. Alright.
And now the city is basically overrun with monsters of darkness. Which means we should probably leave before we die.
Yeah. We triggered the apocalypse, so it's now time to live.
Yep.
Well, now might be a good time to chime in with a little blurb here. Just a friendly reminder to everybody out there that we're supporting NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. It's a grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. Awareness is they participate in opportunities like Mental Health Month and Suicide Prevention Month and Mental Health Awareness Week, and they partnership with a lot of companies and organizations, for instance, like Fox Sports and Google. But they have a bunch of information on their website, including, but not limited to, your journey, support and education, getting involved, advocacy. You can donate directly from their website, or you can donate directly on our Twitch page, right there with the donate button. And every donation is very much appreciated, so we always appreciate those donations.
Oh, 船。
Oh no, there's monster in the boat.
うおー、モンスターが。
Destroy them.
The boat or the monster?
The monsters. The boat is very needed.
Oh, okay.
One of the unfortunate things about this game is that this fight is actually the last mandatory fight before the end.
Yep.
Oh wow, really?
Yep.
So the next boss fight is the final boss. Even casually. Which is a shame because there was a lot of instances where you could have bosses, but I guess they were rushed to finish the game, so they couldn't include any or something. I don't know. But actually, the next boss that we're going to do on this run is Star Magician.
Yep.
I need to check my levels on Wraith because I need him to be level 24 if I want to have even the slightest chance of winning.
The game gets really dark here, so people are dying in the city. Briggs just died on screen. Well, basically on screen. It's a lot darker than the previous two games.
Yeah, so if you remember Golden Sun 2, Briggs was a pirate that attacks the party, and he had a really small son back then. He's now 30 plus. And well, now Briggs died, and Ioliu is now party. It's time to leave.
Wojciech is Sveta's brother. We didn't really go through that part of the plot, but she is the daughter of the king of Morgul. Oh yeah, the orbs. The orbs are very important. We need them to power up the final area.
戦闘士みたいな。
And finally we have the boat. It only took 3 hours.
あ、全員倒れてる。
And now, why is this boat important? Well, we need it in order to leave our own channel. Because we can technically clip inside Warrior's Hill, but there is no way to leave after that. So we do need the boat for that section only. Everything else we have a way around it, but that boat, very necessary, sadly.
ああ、一作目のラストもこんな感じだったんですか？
And as always, now that Kraden joins the party, well, there's a bunch of cutscenes. So blame Kraden.
We try to delay Kraden as much as possible, but eventually fate catches up to us.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to put up with him.
なるほ
Crane
ど。
was also affected by the Golden Sun event, which
もっ
is
と
why he
希
didn't
望
buy
マシマシだったんですね。
Yeah, he was like super old back then. Now he's still super old plus 30.
Yeah.
But still like. So Sveta totally has a crush on Matt. Alright, so now I have a boat and we can explore the rest of the world. And first up is here. So our village doesn't have much, but there is Warriors Hill here, and this is the hardest clip in the run. So if you remember how much trouble Phantasmal Borg was, well, this one is infinitely worse. Okay.
It skips the entire dungeon, but it's really hard.
なるほど、なるほど。
The problem is I can't see the map move, and so the only way to
あと
tell
2
is
つなんだ。
Matt's shadow.
あと1時間ちょっとで、1時間今日で終わっちゃうのか。あと2つか。
There's multiple phases to this trick. First, he has to move the cursor a little to the right position, so Matthew starts clipping into the wall. There's just a few pixels where this works.
You please.
And the only real indication you have is watching Matthew's shadow, as legrandgrand said.
I think I was in position properly at the start.
Yeah, now you're moving.
I did. It's a pain. It's a mega pain in the butt.
It doesn't help that the background is completely black, so you can't tell where the cursor is really in relation to other stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. The first part is the difficult one. Now my shadow should disappear at any moment. You know. Said any moment. Said any moment. This is painful. Yes, I am clipping right now. It's just kind of hard to tell when and where I have to clip. There we go. Just clipping again. My PB had a very, very insane clip here. was like a minute, like not even 2 minutes long, I think. Usually it takes me 4. Come on, Matt, you can do it. There we go. Fine.
The next part of the clip involves dragging the stylus to the left side of the screen at an appropriate speed. If you go
We're
too
not
fast...
there yet.
Oh.
I click back in.
Oh.
Still need to... There we go. Now it's going much faster. The circuit is very difficult and I haven't had the time to practice it. So I'm not surprised it's going not that as well as it would go. There you go. That's what I want to see. Okay, well, now we're good. Okay, good. Now trust me, we're clipping inside. Slowly but surely.
If you go too fast here, the clip will fail and you will be sad. Good call on saving here.
I'm not saving on this yet.
そうですね。ずっと、DS タッチペン握ってるわけですからね、これね。なんかこう、長時間やってると、あれですね。いろいろ、こう、走りながら休む術とかを、だんだん身につけていけそうですよね。どうやったら一番楽にプレイできるのかっていうとこう、身体的に。
There we go. Ooh, first try.
Good job. Very well done. This is literally the hardest
お、
trick in
抜
the
け
game.
た。
Good job.
Oh no, Garz is dead.
抜けて隣の部屋に。
So that skips an entire dungeon.
Yep.
Well, except the last room, but yeah. It was still a bit faster than doing it normally. But if you do this properly, then it saves a lot of time. But it's so hard to do it like fast. And especially if you haven't practiced it in a bit. The start especially is the hard part. Once you're halfway through, it gets a lot easier. So shout out to Plexa for having lost a tremendous amount of runs to this clip. And most of the time I get it rather consistently, but Plexa has issues with it.
There's also a different clip you can do in the dungeon, which skips less, but it's a bit easier.
He's trying practice every time. Yeah, Skip really be like that. Alright, so now the dungeon is basically cleared and I just need the key, and in order to get the key I need to go through actual Harlem Channel, and Current Village also has a cutscene for me.
Because there's an item in here that we need.
Yep. So we're just coming here in order to save the dad and his child. Once we do, we can talk to the grandpa of the family and get the key that.
Reef gets to show off his awesome healing skills here. Who are you? Smiley face.
90% of the text from people that I don't know.
This here. So Karis is dead right now. I don't mind it too much. You'll see why. Oh, actually, I haven't practiced the next hit. Oh no. I haven't practiced Burning Isle. That's what I wanted to do. Oops. I haven't practiced as much as I would like to, but...
Are you going for it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's not that bad, but... I haven't done it in a run yet. It's okay. It's just the last time I could attempt to run, yeah, I didn't finish. What exactly happened again? Back in... Oh yeah, I died to Tower Peak. And the run wasn't that great. So now we have two grandpas that are going to yell at each other, and then they're going to laugh because there are two grandpas talking for a bit. And then Karis is going to go like, Hey, old man, stop talking to each other. Give us what we want already. We're tired of cutscenes. Karis is the voice of reason.
Maybe the apocalypse isn't the right time to tell dad jokes to each other.
Also, is that the actual reason she says that? That's boring. I prefer to think that she's a speedrunner who is trying to go fast.
I don't actually remember the dialogue here.
I don't. All I know is that now I have a key to get the treasure of Far Jungle. Or the Shield. Rather. Even though both dungeons are connected. Me need key. Baby. 23. I still have one level 1 brief. Which means I'll take an encounter. I don't know when, but I will.
The treasure here is a weird looking rock, but it's really important. Even though the people in Harun village don't really explain
なんか
why
岩
what
を
it
置き
is.
ましたね。
Well, they don't even know.
岩を置くことで何が起こるのだろう。太陽ですね。結構太陽と月とその他惑星を意識したアイテムが多いというか。
Alright, so now that I have... Wait, I
で
did
象
the game,
徴
right?
的ですよね、い
You
ろいろ
did,
ね。
yes. I made sure to check. Because that's a hilarious way to lose the round.
Well, you just lose time because you can always come back, but yeah. Spain.
Small thing that can cost you a lot of time.
No. Sure. There we go.
It's like the Hermes water in Golden Sun 1 or the prong in Golden Sun 2. Easy to forget items.
I could risk it, but kinda don't want more encounters. Karis is already dead. I don't need more dead. Alright, so Town Fun. We need to go here in order to get to Numbrook here. Finally, you remember that thing that I mentioned a while ago? That's what we need in order to finish the game. Numbrook here. Well, it's finally time that we could start collecting them. Actively. Because really that's the only thing left. We need Umbra gear. We already have all the synergies. We have our boat. The only things left are well, Himi, which is going to follow shortly, and Umbra gear.
Can anyone guess where the secret passage in this room is? It's very well hidden.
I don't know. I haven't seen enough children series to know.
Having seen this scene, I'm gonna assume that it's the one thing that's sticking out.
That'd be impressive.
No, it can't be that. It can't be that easy.
No way. Oh my god! Well, actually, everyone is surprised with it. Please. No, that's just gum. I checked the pot.
Every time.
Every time. Anyway, we're done here. There's another side quest here in order to get orbs, but we don't really care about orbs. Because we can skip them. Aha. And now it's time to go for our final boat trip. What? How?
This is one of the most cursed cutscenes in the series. Because the
It's
information
fine.
involved here is, you know.
She's like 15, he's a cool pirate, and he looks young, so like it's fine. She can have a crush on him as long as
I don't think so.
As long as Pierce is reasonable and mature, and just tells her no, it's fine.
By the way, you cannot get the boat here if you don't have it yet. We tried.
Yeah, if you come here without, if you go through those places where you're supposed to live through a boat, and you don't have the boat, you are soft locked. Alright, so we are in Yamata. It's the last time we're ever going to visit. It's time to get our final character. Yes.
Oh look, it's Susa from Golden Sun 2.
Yep. Remember that guy that killed Orochi? The big dragon? Well, I see he's here now. And because I got that little stone, I can now activate this cutscene.
The third eye gives Himi plot powers, so she knows what's going on and how to stop the eclipse.
Yeah. And it's basically, hey, we have to pick up the Umbra gear. And go to the Apple Lighthouse. So we're going to... So right now, we have two parts of the Umbra gear. We have the cow, and we have the gauntlets. First, but we still need the goggles, the armor, and one more.
I forgot it too.
Pulse armor. However, there's 3 more pieces that we need to get. I already know where they are. So we're gonna go and get them.
And to do that, you need Himi's search synergy. Because the loading zones to these areas are actually not loaded until you use search. It's pretty annoying.
Where's the loading? Oh. My USB cable is very fragile, so... Wait, I need to buy something here. Forgot about it. Absolutely didn't. Will Himi be useful in this run? Yes. Very much. So, first, Himi has a lot more HP than most of my other characters in my party, because she joins at a way higher level. She's like level 30. 2, she's a very fast Venus adept, which is not the case for Matthew, who is like...
ね、ゴールデンタイムも
3, she
佳
has
境に
some really
差
good
し掛かり、
synergies.
ゴールデンさんも
Mainly,
佳境
she
に
has a synergy called Weapon Grace.
差し掛かりそうな雰囲気でございますが、
And Weapon Grace
私、
is going
ス
to
クの
max out the attack
は
of a
ここら
character
辺で
who use,
お別れ という
of the
こと
character
で
use them.
次の司
So it's
会の方に
basically
交
impact
代
but
させてい
3
ただ
times
きたい
better.
と思います。ね、まだま
Which
だ
is pretty good.
ね、保温対応
It's
続き
even
ますが、
better when you combine it with
何卒
Veda's
よ
Speed
ろしくお
form,
願
which
いいた
already
しま
boosts her
す。
attack
では、
tremendously.
失礼いたします。
So we'll have a Veda who is able to dish out some major damage.
はい、
with the
スクさんお
combination
疲れ
of,
様でした。
his Weapon Grace.
こっからは私、アジンが担当いたしますので、よろしくお願いします。
Shop. I hope I should have enough money. Here. No, not here.
ということで、今やってるゲーム、黄金の太陽ですね。ちょっと私、未プレイ勢なもんで、しかもこの状況から始まって、一体どういう状態かっていうところなんですけど、もう完全にゼロからでございます。そう名前はね、結構聞いたことはありますけどね。あれ、これはこれ悪い、これさっきからこういう悪い感じのことをしてるんですか？あんまりなんかデフォの挙動には見えないですけど、これ。あ、すごい滝が、おお、浮いてる。セーブする。あら、落ちた。まあ確かに忍者の水雲の術だったらやるけどさ、水雲つけてないから、足の裏にシンバルみたいのつけるじゃないですか。
So this is the trick that I'm doing right now is called encounter this.
これちょいちょいセーブしてるのはあれかな、ハマり回避とかですかね。
And now I'm doing all this so that I can be really, really low. That way, I get here.
滝の中も入れる。あら、その中は暗黒空間。無ですね。無の空間。
I'm right there. And we're in Burning Eye.
黄金の太陽は任天堂の RPG。任天堂の RPG といえばね、ポケモンがありますけど、まあ割とポケモンってもうなんか RPG っていうよりもポケモンってジャンルになってるような、個人的なそういう印象を受けるので、こういう感じのね、まあそれこそなんかドラクエ FF 的な RPG っていうのだと、こういうね、黄金の太陽とかになるんじゃねえかなとは思うんですけど。これは何でしょうね。これはまあ単純にダンジョンのギミックでしょうかね。お、浮いた。そう、ポケモンはもうポケモンで確立してますよね。あ、なるほどね。こうやって落として足場を作っていくと。
broken power after lava Jesus you have air Jesus and water Jesus. So basically Jesus.
サーマルって書いてある。サーマル。あ、そしてなんかいい感じの宝箱。でも今なんかポケモンみたいなの持ってたけど、それぞれのキャラクター。これは何でしょう？おお、だいぶ敵強いけど大丈夫？
That's really fast.
ジン。あ、なんかそういう精霊的なやつが全滅しそうですが、大丈夫か？これは。それでもアタックってなってるか。あ、でもわざと死んでるか、これ単に。違うな。なんだなんだ。これは何？公営パーティーみたいな感じ？パーティー has been defeated。装備することで能力や使える魔法。あ、なるほどね。まあ、デスルっぽいですけどね。明らかになんか。まあ、デスルーラーするにもね、例えば、まあ、意味のない行動するとかね、まあ、いろいろありますけれども、まあ、今回の場合だったら別になんか敵倒すような攻撃力でもなかったし、まあ、単に、もうそのまま攻撃だけしちゃう方が、カーソルの移動としては多分一番早いみたいな感じでしょうかね。結構その辺はね、まあ、ゲームだとか、まあ、そのゲーム内の状況によって違いますからね。例えば逃げられない敵だったらもうなんか逃げるをやるとか。まあ、その辺は大体ボス戦とかかな。ボス戦で積んだ時に逃げるにするとかね。あとはドラクエとかでたまに見るのは装備品を何の効果もない装備品を道具として使うとかね。戦うだと下手に敵倒しちゃったりしてね。無駄行動がほぼ取れないので、まあ、なるほどね。このゲームにおいてはそうなるからみたいな。まあ、また平気で悪いことが完全に空中浮遊。でもこういうグリッチを使ってでもEST5 時間ってぐらいだから、まあそこまでなんて言うんでしょうね。例えばプラグをすっ飛ばすぐらいまではいかないって感じでしょうかね。プラグはまあ割と管理されてるから、ある程度ストーリーには沿って行動するしかないみたいな、ちょっと細かいところまでわかんないですけどね。これは聖剣2で見ましたよ、こういうやつ。無知で渡るやつね。これはちょっとグリップというなんか違うあれでしたけど、これなんかさっきと同じような紋章。でもこれもあれですね。なんかまたデスルーするのかな。これさっき全滅したから、これ早い。あれを集めてるんですかね。ストーリー上、集めてるみたいな。結構仲間もあれですね。今、この表示上4人ですけど、割とこうなんか裏方に8人、裏方にもう4人いて8人みたいな。魔法でやるフックショット。いいですね。またほら、これやりますよ。ほら。これこんなさ、手軽に降りられてこれ大丈夫なの？デバッグ、まあそれともなんか、見た目こう、スッと降りてるだけでもうちょっとこうなんか精密な操作してんのかもしれないですけど、あれぐらいのさ、 あれぐらいのなんかさ、画面端っていうか、足場の端にグリグリするぐらいだったら、これちゃんとデバッグしとかないと。スキップサンドでなんだっけ、マザー2か。いや、天下の任天堂さんですよ。でもゲームボーイアドバンスですよね、これね。ゲームボーイアドバンスでしかも、ちょっと 3D、わかんないけど、あんまりイメージないですよね。DS くらいからはなんかこういう 3D っぽさあるけど。DS？ ごめんなさい。DS か。そっか、左下があれか。DS の2画面だもんね。失礼しました。クラッシュ。これは岩を壊して。そっか、やっぱまあ 3D と言いつつ、やっぱそういう、そうそう、ツタを、なんでもないです。そう、よく、そう、なんかね、イメージはそういうのありましたね。その黄金の太陽って名前聞き始めたのが、なんか、DS、じゃないや、そう、ゲームボーイアドバンス。だから、すごい手が出てきた。
So encounters are really bad here. Yes, I'm incredibly undoubtable. You're supposed to be like 35 something. At the very least. I'm
リセット。
Probably supposed to do this at level 40 casually, even PP.
セーブはあれですね、どこでもできる感じなんでしょうかね。
So anything that hits me can just kill me straight up. So you can push it.
ダークダウン、ダークドーンか。ダウンじゃねえわ。ドーン。漆黒なる夜明けってやつがあれですかね、日本語タイトル。演歌飛ばしですか、これ。まあ確かに、いわゆる歩数演歌みたいな感じだと、の演歌域というか、だいたい演歌のラインに入ってきたところで、セーブリセットしたら、まあそこの歩数がリセットされて、演歌せずに進めるみたいな、まあ、中身的にはそんな感じでしょうかね。RPG もいろいろエンカウントの形式がありますからね。いわゆるランダムエンカウント？ちょっとごめんなさい。パッと言葉出てこないですけど、まあ、一歩歩くごとに何%みたいなのが、確率が設定されてて、まあ、それが例えば歩くごとに増えていくから、まあ最終的に演歌するとかね。あとはなんか歩数演歌とかで、次にエンカウントするまでの歩数が内部的には決まってるだとかね。その辺がありますから、だいたい RPG の RTA においては、まあそのゲームがどちらに属するか、まあ他のね、エンカウント方式もあるかもしれないですけど、シンボルエンカウントだったらそもそもね、違いますからね。ランダムと歩数とポイント式、まあいろいろありますよね。そうか、これプッシュする。いいですね、この、ワールドマップでは平気で地形無視するけど、ここではすごい律儀にギミックを突破してるのがなんか。
On turn 1, I have negative chance to run away because I'm so underleveled. And every turn that goes up,
あとそう、歩数と言いつつも、こういう 3D のフィールドの場合だとね、一体どれで一歩になってるのかが分かりにくいですよね。それこそファミコンとかスーパーファミコンみたいなドット絵時代のゲームにおいては、基本はもう1マスとかそういうくくりになると思うので、分かりやすいんですけど、だから FF7 なんかも、あれってすごい今かっこいい。アクションかっこいいですね。FF7 なんかもね、3D とは言いつつも、エンカウントって割となんか歩数とかで決められてるらしいから、だからたまにね、あえて歩いてたりとかしますよね。そういうのでこう調整してたり、まあ、あれは本当になんかキャラクターのね、歩くモーションで一歩とかになるのかな、多分。 あ、いいですね。こういうなん
Yeah, the
か、
higher you go, the less you can see the effect of the
こう
effect.
いろんな
Pretty cool.
ギ
And
ミッ
you
クがあっ
never really
て、
notice it until you pay attention to it. It's like,
それを
oh,
使って、これは何だ
that's
ろ
neat.
う。なんか左下で連打してん
Quick
のかな
clip
これ。
here. This is going to allow me to skip encounters, basically.
あとなんか左上になんかパラパラと破片みたいなものが落ちてるけど、これ関係あります？さあ、これは一体何をしている？おーっと。すり抜けた。
Yeah, so in this game, there is a
マ
counter
ップ内
to
でも
tell if
すり
you're
抜け
getting
があり
an
ましたね。
encounter, which goes from 0 to 16, and once you hit 16, you take an encounter. But every time you reset the game, or every time you enter a new rune, it resets the counter. Unlike Golden Sun 1 and 2, which is going to keep the counter up. Which is pretty neat, and that means that I can do complete dungeons without getting any random encounters. How does foot clip
ツタ
work?
やらブロックを壊すやら
You
で
just
進んでっ
put
てますね。
yourself in a proper position, and then if you hold the correct direction, then Matt is going to slowly flip inside.
あ、ちょ
Also
っと
finger.
なんか女神様の像の顔をぶっ壊すのかな。多少不謹慎感あるけど。
And that's
あ、そうで
how
もないか。
all the mini clips
大丈夫か。
work. It's just a matter of finding the correct position
ロマサガとか
with
半
the
歩の
correct
概念。
angle
あ、そうなんですか。
on the geometry. And
確か
then
にゲームによってはね、
finding
1
the
マス
direction
では
in
なく
which
て
you
半歩っていうのがありますよ
just
ね。
slowly flip.
例えば SFC のドラクエ3なんかだと、あれはまあ元があれか。
Also noticed
元が
a
FFC、あ、じゃない
just an
や。
observation, but it seems like the
ドラ
bridges
クエ
are
6のシ
perfectly
ステム
lined
のは
up
ずだから、
outside of the towns that you need to skip for big
まあ、いわゆ
portions of
る
the game.
半歩の概念が確か出て
There's
き
a
ましたよね。
few bridges that are a little further away, but yeah, overall the bridges are very nicely set up. Yeah, we
大
have
体
the
なんか
runes
そういう
about
半キャラずらす
all
と、
the
あ、というか
bridge
ドラクエ
clips that are
5の時からあっ
recommended. We
た
don't
か、
have
半
the
キャラ
runes for all
は。
the mini clips that
あ
we
りました
have.
ね。宝箱とかがさ、並んでると、並んでるところに真ん中から調べるとなんかどっちが開くとかなんかその辺決まってますもんね、あれで。
More stuff than we have time to document them. You can also find more information about Moloch in the
まあまあ、そんな感じでね。
on the Golden Sun wiki. If you
どういうふうに、その歩数が決まってるかとか、まあ、半歩で一歩なのかちょっとその辺もわかんないですけど、
if you search for Moloch, you'll find it.
大抵
Alright,
フ
so
ィール
here
ド
there's
で
two ways that are
エフェク
possible
ト
to
や
get.
ブリンクする
Left
ゲームは
way
半
faster,
歩があるとすり抜けの
right way
温床になる。
slower. It's completely RNG with our,
まあだから半歩の時にね、一体どっち側の属性に属してるのかとか、そういうのもありますからね。最初からまあ半歩前提に作ってるんだったらいいんでしょうけど、基本一歩だけどなんか後からね、なんかその半歩の概念みたいなのが、これは何だろう。道がわかる感じ。あ、違う、なんだろう、この通りに動かないとダメみたいな感じかな。
Except for the first corner on the slow path. That one's
Yep.
really precise. Otherwise, cut every corner.
So this is the end of the game. Except I lied, and if you paid attention, you remember that I'm missing one Umbra gear.
画面戻して、リトリー
And
ト、こ
with
れなん
the
だろう、脱
first
出系
ever out of bound clip that were ever found in this game. It was found like a long,
なんかどっかワープした
long
ね。
time ago.
見えないものが見える魔法使って、道案内。あ、やっぱなんかそんな感じでしたよね。
It wasn't even found by Plexa
Oh
back
boy.
then.
2011 is
ちょっと
ancient.
違うけど、段差からの着地とかにスキルを使うとモーションが一致するせいで本来使えない魔法が使える。
Ah, cool. And yeah, it's cool.
うん、まあなんかいろいろありますよね。あとなんかよくあるのはさ、無限ジャンプとかね。
And now it's time to collect
無限ジャン
figures
プ
from
なんかも
the very first game,
例えば
figure.
なんか空中で浮いてる時に何らかのアクションをすると、そのキャラクターのいわゆるその今ジャンプしてますよみたいなステータスがリセットされる。で、ジャンプしてないことになってるからその地点からまたジャンプできるとかね。
Just use flint on anything. That'll do. Slight overkill.
あ、そうそうそう、地面判定をいわゆる作り出すって感じですね。
First time I ever visited here. And because I can get random encounters here because, well, you're not supposed to be able to be here in the first place. You can just slowly
再びフィールド、あ、これも
set up here.
もしかすると、ああ、
Just going to save just in case.
無を取得もいわゆるその形式ですよ
So this
ね
triggered。no clip for some reason.
ヌルというか、無を持ってるから、
You can return
そこの
it
アドレ
later.
スにね、何でも好きなものを入れ込むことができるとかね。
It doesn't finish the game though, sadly. This triggers another.
あれなんですよね、一回こう壁を抜けちゃうと、本来入れない前提だから、こういう山とかも、そういう歩行判定とかを結構
What?
設定してないことが多いんですよね。だから一
I'm
回、
not sure how to recover if
あ、今これなんだ、積んだか。
You can go around the left corner and then clip back.
だから一回入れちゃうともう、その海やら山やらが自由に移動できてしまうっていう。
It's like overall out of bound movement is weird. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing when I'm doing it.
その辺はまあ、2D だったらね、
Sure.
できますけれども、まあ、2D で、まあ、それはその場合はその場合でね、はまって動けなくなるとか、まあ、そういう場合になりますけどね。まあでも、自由に歩けるよりはまだマシではないかみたいな。ただやっぱ 3D は難しいですよね。こういうポリゴンの隙間やらね、そういうのがどうしてもあるから。
I asked the big scientist who
オープンワールド、オープンワールドですね、これ。
figured out stuff and
あ、でもなんか、あ、いや、でもちゃんと読み込まれてる、ほら。
How old is no clip? 4 months ago. Anything that exists has been found in the last 4 months.
Yep.
さっきなんで落ち、ああ、大丈夫こ
We
れ。ああ、大
used
丈
to
夫。
go here by going through the Immel area, but it was annoying because you could soft lock easily. This is a bit more convenient. And to skip encounters.
And faster.
Yep.
Like, as I explained at the start of the run, everything that you're
でもち
seeing
ゃんとそこ
here,
対応してるのは
every
いいですよね。
glitches, has been found in the last
まあ基本的には読み込んでない画面を読み込むみたいな方式だとは思うんですけど、こういうタイプのってね。
There is like 1 or 2 exceptions, but they were
一度に読み込んじゃうと多分メモリとか足りなくなるでしょうから、あんまりに広いマップだとね。
You couldn't use the endless wall glitch because it was at the end of the game, so there was no use for it.
Well, actually, we could have done this right here.
サーチ。
But you had to go to Iceberg Outpost anyway.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I'm not
right.
sure if it's faster.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been faster.
そうだから積まずに進行できるというおかげでもあるわけですよね。この RTA が成立してるのは。お、なんだろう、これゴーグルみたいなやつが。
And now, once I die, I'm actually not going to go back to Yamatab, but to the last place I died.
確かに演出がちょっと長いのはあるかもしれないですね。こういうフィールドの魔法、フィールド上でこういう魔法を使う。あ、これはあれかな。もう
With that
用
last
を終え
piece
て
of
デ
gear,
ス
I
ルー
think
ラー。
now's a good time to mention that we're gonna
デスルーラーっぽい
probably
な。
be. I think it's the end of the run. We'll be closing off
グリズリ
the submissions for the plushie. The
ー。わあ、
general
めっちゃ強い。い
plushie.
や、
Participate.
普通に戦っても勝てるのか、これ。
donations in now.
まあデスルーラー用だからなのかもしれないけど。あ、なるほど。あ、陣を外してるから能力が下がってると。あ、だから装備品みたいなもんなんですね、これね。
You guys get to be lucky.
But it is
あ、
it is
この
totally
手の
worth it, and that comes
な
from
ぜか
plushie mayhem.
手首のとこだけすごい
So we
でっ
think
かい
that
のは
we're
なんか多
submitting
少
that
気になる。
prize to the prize pool.
It was absolutely beautiful.
FF7 を思い出しますよね。あの感じの腕を見ると。
Well, whoever gets it is going to be super lucky.
Yep, so a simple
あ、
$25
陣装備してないと
donation
玉
puts
ね
you
ぎ
in
剣
for
士。
that, and it also puts you in
じゃあもう
for the
あれですね、
the Street
FF3 の
King for Arc Noir
あ
from
れですね。
Trance. Trance was nice enough to submit that $5 donation for that one.
あれでも割と時間かかりますね。
But this thing is
バックア
adorable,
ップという
so
か、
it
後ろ
is
の4人
totally
パー
worth
ティーもい
it.
るから。
It is.
全員全滅しないといけない。
And yeah, we're back to the CI.
8人だとあれですね。FA、あ、じゃないや。ドラクエ4 ぽいかな。ドラゴンフォーテ8人か導かれし者たち。1章、2章、3章、4章、5章。あ、まあ、あとプラス1がいるけど。ゲストキャラクターがいるけど。発弾に徹する。そっか、これ、あれですよね。この、全滅した時に、戻ってくる場所が、なんか奇妙ですよね。ラスダになりましたが、まあ、時間的にも、そんな感じはしますけど。でも確かにこう、立派な立派な建物だから、ラスダン。お、すごいすごい。なんだこれ。ハンマーみたいにこう、あ、しかも、手前からこう、弾丸撃たれてましたよ。お、車輪が、ドンキーコングで見たような、ノーティーの遺跡。ノーティーの遺跡じゃん。あ、これは合わせんのかな。なんか影を合わせるみたいな。違うか。あ、ほらほら、影あんじゃん、影。そしてこの影を合わせると、ほら。ゴーゴーゴーゴーってまたほら、ギミックが。積みにくそう。まあ、そう突っ込んじゃいけない。ラストダンジョンで働く魔物がとてもね、辛そうとかそういう突っ込みをしてはいけないです。どうやって出勤してるのみたいな。でも特になんか今何もしてない感じですけど、演歌はしてないですよね。あ、なるほどね。この片方がドリフシステム片方をこう叩くともう片方がほらドリフのタンス。まあ、これを言って一体どれだけの人が分かるのだろうか。
Yeah, in this game you can only swap them one at a time, so you have to actually be careful with how you do it.
今度足場にもなる。わあ、すごい。よくできてますね、これ。こう、なんて言うんでしょう。私好きなのはさ、こう、一回使ったギミックをこう、ただ使って終わりじゃなくて、さらにもう一回出てくるみたいなね。あそこの宝箱は特にいらないのかな。劇的なビフォーをした家が一回悲しい話じゃないですか。でもああいうの難しいですよね。汎用製品だったらさ、交換とかできるんだけど、ノーティーの席、ノーティーの席2。あ、そうか。さっきのギミック動いたところさ、また裏になんか他の出てきてましたよね。だからまたこれ、しかもほら、レーン4つあんじゃん。じゃあもう、あと2回これやります。ノーティーの遺跡4まであります、これ。作品として謎解きが醍醐味になってる。あ、そうなんですね。まあ割とそういうゲームはありますよね。テイルズとかも、まあ私テイルズ・オブ・デスティニーぐらいしか知らないですけど、謎解き結構えぐいですからね。攻略本見ないと分かんないんじゃねっていう。そうですね、遺跡職人、この遺跡のを建設した人たちがそうですね、その建築士の人と、あとはまあ実際に作った職人の方々。ああ、これ魔法使ってるから MP は歩いてたら回復するっていう、ちょっとオンラインゲーム的な。昔はね、なんか MP っつったらね、やっぱ特殊なアイテムっつうかね、そういうレアアイテム 場合によっては買えないとかざらにありましたからね。今だったらまあそんなことないでしょうけど、なんならそう歩いてるだけで MP も少しずつではあるものの回復するとかいう。
As much as these puzzles flow really well, if you don't really know how it works, it can be confusing for sure.
皆さん思い思いの謎解きダンジョンに対する思いがある。あれは難しかったとか、あれは許さんとか、いろいろありますね。ムーブはそのままあれ動かしてたやつか。でもこれ完全にピタゴラスイッチですよ、これ。ピタゴラスイッチはまだ通じるかな。あ、ほら、ノーティーの積3。これレーンないのに横に倒れないのがすごいですね。これも来ましたよ、3つ目。
You're watching RPG Limit Break, Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2. We're benefiting Yami, the national
ドンキーコングだと再び、ノーティーの遺跡再びみたいな、なんか、そんな感じありましたよね。単純に2とかついてるのもあったけど。
Millions of people in the US are affected by mental illness each year. It's important to
それは
measure
なん
how
か
common
休
mental
館
illness is so we can understand it physically, socially, and
をやっ
financially.
てる間に
And that
患者の
make
方
sure that
危
everybody
うく
out
な
there
ると思い
knows
ます
that
けど、
nobody's alone.
ピタゴラスイッチまだやってるん
I
ですか、現
can't
役
think
で
of a。single one of us that isn't affected in some way, shape, or form by mental illness. Somebody in their
たま
family.
に
or
なんかツイッターでもああいうピタゴラスイッチ的な
And
やつとかで
NAMI will
ね、
give you the tools to make yourself better. Get
バズっ
your
てるやつ
mental
あるんです
house
け
in
ど、
order,
私最近
so to
見たの
speak.
は何だったかな、
You can visit their website,
なんか
nami.com.
机2つぐらいあって、
And
そう、
you can really help them out by
そう1つ目の机のギミックが全部終わって、2つ目の机が全部ひっくり返るってやつは見ましたね。まあそういうネタみたいなのもありますし。まあ今の年齢で見たらね、こういう謎解きもさ、なんとなくそれまでの経験やらなんやらで分かってくるけど、これ子供の時にやってたら果たしてできただろうかっていうのがね。これあれですかね、この地味にこの車輪のこの絵柄みたいなのもなんか属性をモチーフにしてますかね。おお、なんだろう。あ、落ちるやつなのか。まあ単にそれ落ちた方が早いんでしょうね、きっとね。あれこれがジンとかいうやつ。そう、割とやっぱメタ解きしちゃうよね、大人になるとね。そう、こうでなりないとゲーム成り立たないからこうだみたいなね。そうなんだ、ちょっと横島な攻略法。これは炎、これ風、水。おお、すごいすごい。4大属性。もう純粋な気持ちで楽しめなくなってしまった。そう、制作者の思考とかコストとかな。まあでもそういうのをね、逆に利用して何かありそうで何もないとかね。葉っぱの絵かわいいですね。すごいデザイン性がいい。あ、まだある。今度は重ねる？影を重ねる。
Pushing this can definitely be annoying at times.
あ、すごいすごい。これめっちゃセンスあんな、おい。わ、すごいすごいすごいすごい。逆方向。このなんか左の女神様の。すげえ。これセンスの塊ですね。 いや、でもあれですよ、私、ちょっとすみません、個人的な話であれなんですけど、よくね、謎解きとか脱出ゲームとか、そういうので遊んだりすることあるんですけど、こういうなんかね、デザイン的な部分とかも含めてね、めちゃめちゃセンスあるギミックとかありますよ。もしかするとね、こういうゲームとかにも、まあそういう謎解きとかだったら、そういうとこだけなんか、そういう謎解き作ってる会社に委託してたりとかね、そういうなんかデザイナーとか、パズルデザイナーとかいらっしゃいますからね。いや、素晴らしい、これ。さあ、再び、フィールドに一旦まあ戻りはしましたね。この後どこにいるんでしょうね。どこ行くんでしょうね。さっきのなんかラスダンかみたいな話はありましたけど、なんかラスダンでもおかしくないぐらいの雰囲気でありましたけど、特にエンカウントもなかったし、完全なギミックダンジョンみたいな感じでしょうかね、エンカウントのない。なんかその他の理由でただエンカウントがないのかもしれないですけど。まあともかくは、またフィールドを自由にかっ歩していっております。アラスタで合ってますか？ここなんだ。ちょっと毒の霧みたいな。プロレスラーの人はここからあれですかね、毒の霧を採取してる。そうだ、海も空も大地ってあったよね。あれ面白いよな。天才の所業。これなんでしょう。ちょっと全然見えてないからあれだけど。何かをしようとしてますね。お、なんだこれ。すごい。手じゃん。手のこの指だけ出てきてるみたいな。重ねてシルエットになってるか気になる人はご察しください。ああ、なるほど。なんかこの船のマップがあるのか、この。そうですね。ゴッドハンド的な手でしたね、あれね。これはなんかあえてエンカウントしたかった動きの感じですけど。うん、なんかうまくぴったり揃えないとそもそも入れないみたいな、なんかそんな雰囲気はしてましたね。ここは普通に倒す。なんか稼ぐのか何なのか分かんないですけど、そんな雰囲気してますね、これね。レベル上げならラスダの方がはるかに楽そう。ってことはまたなんか経験値ではない他の目的ですか。でも今これレベルアップはしてますね。それっぽい演出とメッセージが出てましたね。
So now we're going to just skip this whole dungeon because that's kind of slow. So that's the right for this one, by the way.
雑談の終盤だと大量の経験値持った上に蘇生アイテム確定ドロップ。わあ、すごい。あ、これは、これは、これはまた、なんかちょっと動いてるよな。あの箱。違うか。揺れてるだけかな。あ、そういえばビットありましたっけ？ビット、そうだ、すいません、忘れてましたね。アハ体験。実はどっかが少しずつ変わってるよ、みたいな。なんかちょっとめり込んでるかな。さあどこが違うのか、みんなで探してみよう。サイゼリアの間違い探し。メタルスライムというか逃げないはぐれメタルが。結構そういう意味で、楽というか、まあ、レベルアップしやすいようなやつなんですかね。あ、でもやっぱなんか上方向に落ちていきそうな気はしますね。でも頑張ってる。たまにちょい上に入れてる。うん、やっぱなんかちょっとずつ上、うん、そうですよね。左下でなんかこう連打タップして、ちょいっとこうたまに上方向に、おー、すごい。来た。素晴らしい。あ、ここでもエンカウンターするんだ。
Wait, they can hold me? Oh my god, that's scary. This is the one.
まあこういう風にね、少しずつこうめり込んでいくときに、戻すような方向に修正処理を入れてるかどうかっていうところまで、結構強いんで。
Burst, but not wound. Let me go.
大丈夫かな、せっかく壁抜けて逃げられた。よかった。で、なんかいますね。反対側に回り込んで、とりあえずは復活させたり、回復したり。これ今7人いるのか。一枠空いてるの。スターマジシャン。なんかあれですか、隠しボス的な強いやつ。あ、ビットでこいつ倒す。なるほど。少々お待ちくださいね。私も今、ビットのリンクを探してるけど。隠しボスか。わあ、すごい。あった。ちょっと待ってくださいね。ゴールデンサン、ダークドーン、エニーパーセント、ある。ビットを。ファイト・ザ・スター・マジシャン、300ドル達成してます。ネーム・マッシュ。これはあれですね、名前だから。あ、これがオプトって名前になったのか。主人公の名前かな。ソフトロック・ザ・ゲームってなんだろう、なんか怖いビットだけど。レッツソフトロック・ザ・ゲームって書いてあるんですけど、これなんでしょうね。なんか終わった後に楽しいことするのかな。黄金の太陽シリーズの隠しボスはマジ強い。いや、楽しみですね、これ。システム理解してちゃんと準備しても接戦って感じ。だから、いや、今、だからまさにね、こうやって 準備かなり入念にされてますよね。今気づきましたけど、この画面の左のランナーとコメンタリーのところがサボテンダーですね。
I don't need more. Right. So that should be, yeah, which one? And Tarot, once for, and that's good.
やっぱり RPG
Okay.
を中心としたイベントならではのデザイン。
I do need to...
イメージとしてはマリオ RPG のクリスタラーみたいなやつ、属性持ちの雑魚を4体お供。それきっついっすよね。頭数あるだけでね。そう、クリスタラーは私もわかる。マリオ RPG はわかるので、イメージつきますけど。まあ、いわゆる本体と4属性のお供みたいな。
Alright, time to die a bunch.
そして今セーブしてロストシップ、名前がかっこいい。あ、2つ目のセーブデータも確かにそう。なんか消えた。なんだ。お、出てきた。
On top of that, he has 2 more orbs, which are really annoying.
おー、すごい。4属性。あとなんか、こいつ自身も1個持ってるけど。スターマジシャン。シールディングオーラ。マインボール。ウェポングレイス、いろいろバフかけてますね。割とダメージはそれほど食らってない。9割減でこのダメージ。あ、それはやべえわ。それはまずいな。あとバフの効果時間とか、そういうのにもよるだろうけど、あと敵がなんかバフ剥がしてくるとか。あ、でもなんかもう一回またシールディングオーラとかやってるから。サーモンジャッジメントかっこいい。わ、1279。
Oh my god, that's not good. And Condemn can also one-shot me, which is not good at all. And this is why I need Wishwell from Reef. So that way I can...
仲間も適宜入れ替えはしてますね。先制で一旦だけダメージ9割カット。あ、なるほど。最初だけそういうのが使える。それ以降はあれかな、そのなんか5割カットとか。
So I have to adapt a lot to whatever balls are summoned. Oh my god, that's not a one shot, really? Oh, yes, I didn't know that. Well, next turn is probably not going to do much. I think him is dead anyway. Alright. That's a fun.
あ、これ完全にシールド前提ですよね。うわ。あ、ダメか。死人が出るともうダメか。
Welcome to this fight, everyone. Because I'm still definitely not supposed to fight him.
さすがに立て直しできる余裕がないぐらいなのかな。
Right? I'm supposed to finish. I'm pretty sure I can finish this fight in.
もうその時点で破綻してしまう。
But I have 30 minutes to beat this guy. Let's go.
さあもう一回。
Yes, all the others are
Guardian Ball.
You can't accept get to them unless you have the Excalibur, which we are going to skip, and that's going to steal one of my shield engines. So this is an instant reset.
Yeah.
So if the ghoul
attacks,
Hildo is dead. If the ghoul
何かは分からんが。
If Condemn ever happens on any character, it's dead. If I take too much damage, it's dead.
ガード張れる陣が組まれた。なるほど。
Bad Boral RNG is dead.
それはダメですね、確かに。
Which is why, like, A lot of things can go. And there isn't that many things that
食われるとかあるのか。
So I guess you get to enjoy Severus theme.
でもなんか左下にこう、左下っていうか、もう一個の画面の方に、このジンがなんか、ポワポワ歩き回ってなんか可愛いですよね。これなんか戦闘の、このなんかジンの状況と連動してるんだろうか。GBA の隠しボスをイベントでやってた時は乱数再現で勝ってる。戦闘すごいテンポいいですよね。ただこうメッセージもまあ英語とはいえギリギリ読めないこともないですから、まあ、何が起こってるかはある程度分かりやすい。黄色のグールボールが陣を食う攻撃。あれですか、アルティミシアが魔法書き消してくるみたいな。FF8 ね。あ、ダメだ。アングリーボール。自爆大ダメージ、ガーディアンボール。バリアですね。まあ、ガーディアンってくらいだから。グールボール。ジンランチタイム。嫌な技名だな。サンダーボール。雷。デスボール即死。あ、だからなんかいきなり死んでたのかな。リフレッシュボール、スターマジシャン回復。いや、確かにそう。ジンが、やっぱこの戦闘システムの根幹を担ってる都合上。このガーディアンは、あれですね。緑がガーディアンですね。黄色はグール。まあ、これは普通のアタックでしたね。青は、なんだ。見えなかった。デスボール。黒がです。これは回避したかな。
So the big idea here is to cycle my gens so that I always have a protection, I always have ground every 2 turns.
敵がね、完全にこういう役割分担で陣形組んでますから、まあ、やっぱ一回崩されると厳しいし、逆にまあ崩せば、なんとかなんのかなみたいな。わあ、なんか食われたぞ。大丈夫か。これはまだ大丈夫っぽいな。
That is if endgame goes remotely as planned. Spoiler, it usually doesn't. Sure, let's do that.
無害寄りのボールは赤と紫だけ。これ、向こう側もあれですかね、入れ替わったりすんのかな。もしくは、他の色のボールもあるってことですよね。それとも倒したら他のが出てくるのか。あ、ガーディアンボールが消えて右側に出てきた。あ、黒がもう一個出てきた。ってことはあれか、単純に取り巻き倒したからよしではないんだな。召喚がランダムに追加される。黒はなんか即死でしたよ。デスボールでしたね。いや、これ、じゃあ結局ね、どんだけ取り巻き倒してもダメなんだったら、打ち止めがないんだったら、そうですよね、召喚である程度いいやつというか、無難なやつ引くまで頑張る。まあどんだけ頑張るかは状況によりけりだろうけど、あ、デス1個倒した。で、ミスティックコール、あ、まだデス出てくる。はい。大丈夫かな。デスはこの即死があるっぽいですから。デスを倒したらどうなる？またデスが出てくる。この召喚は何だろう？召喚で一旦費やしてくれてるのか、それともまたその別枠で行動してんのかにもよるけどね。そうするとまあ、一応倒せば一手スターマジシャンの手数を減らせるっていうところはあるけど、緑がまあ確かに無害ではありますよね。向こうが頑丈にはなるものの、本体は一旦2回コードか。じゃあ、あんまりあれか。複数コードの1回潰せるぐらいか。 紫。
紫
紫は当たり。青はリフレッシュ。サンダーか。死の宣告。デスボールのなんかそういう技を食らいましたか？リフレッシュもあんま言ってほしくないですよね。回復系ですからね。うん、青倒しましたね。あ、確かにまあ、全体攻撃はするものの、ちゃんとバリア張ってればっていうところで、アンガーボール。赤。さっきも言ってた赤は無害って感じか？なんかこの頭の上に火が出てんのと、あとなんか怨念みたいな、あれが死の宣告ですかね。赤は自爆で勝手に消える。まあ自爆ダメージによるでしょうかね。ろうそくの炎が4つ。ありますね。ろうそくの炎。じゃあ4ターンってことか。仲間入れ替えたときはどうなんでしょうね。それが一旦ストップするのかな。あ、とりあえず回復、今、ステータス以上回復みたいなやつかな。消えたけど全員。これか。デススピリッツ。3問目手を。デスと紫2体倒しました。まあ、まだ次のターン出てくるんでしょうけど。仲間もちょいちょい入れ替えつつ、仲間の入れ替えは、あれかな、ターンの開始時にノーコストでできる感じかな。治療はスリップダメージとか行動麻痺。なんかね、見た目はあっちの方が死の宣告っぽかって最初間違ったけど、こっちのろうそくの方が死の宣告ってことですね。さあ、紫赤、同じのができた。で、自爆する。ジャッジメント。仲間チェンジはターン開始時に1回可能。あ、それはいいですね。さあ、メテオ2000。お、倒したか。おー、倒した。あ、倒したけど、あ、大丈夫ね。いやー、素晴らしい。熱い戦いでした。
That's a lot of levels. I hope you like
レベルも結構アップする。
Shoutouts to OPT for bringing in the final kill. And shoutouts to big up to OPT. Hope you.
めっちゃレベル上がるね。これは隠しボスだそうなので、ビットで決まっている隠しボスだそうなので、この後に多分またラストダンジョン行って、だからラストダンジョンのあのギミックをやるところまでだったら、まあって感じでしょうかね。あのギミックだけ最初にやっておいたみたいな。
Speaking of donations, do I have time to read a couple?
Yeah, now I have to come back, so I'm just going to dash warp out.
あとこれはあれかな、裏の仲間かな。多分表の今いる4人は演出みたいのがあるんでしょうけど。
As someone battling depression for the last 10 years in New Zealand, NAMI is an inspiration.
はい。
Excuse me.
本来レベル50、60。今のレベルがどんぐらいかちょっと分かってないですけど。さあ、これなんだ ?3 ヴィーナス4マーキュリー。これなんだろう。召喚の入手。あ、これで、脱出して、あ、だいぶ陣が陣がだいぶあれですね。左下の画面で光になってるやつがあれかな、なんか消耗した感じなのかな、わかんないけど。
Now, a reminder to everybody out there that plushie is going to end at the end of this game for that prize incentive, and that's $25 for a minimum bid and $5 for the stream key for.
これはデスルかな
So get those donations in if you can, and we appreciate every single one of them.
隠しボスは倒すと複合系の召喚レシピ。陣いっぱい使って放つ召喚のレシピ。なるほど。あ、さらに上がいるんですか。クリアデータで漆黒のデュラハ。まあ、なかなか歯応えありますね。
Now the problem of Azul is that it requires 4 Venus. Sure, I have a ton of that. And 3 Mercury. I have 0 Mercury gens. I haven't gotten any. So it's
はい、これは
a reward that I
あえて
absolutely can't use.
全滅して、ここがあれかな、なんかさっきのラスダの雰囲気、なんかサンクチュアリなんちゃら。
The other problem is that I need to. We'll do it later. I need to menu to get my.
さっきのギミック突破したとこですね。アポロ3
To get my gen setup ready for
なんちゃら、おなんだ。
the final boss. Problem is, I'm absolutely not
スターマジシャン戦の
using
BGM。
my order, so I just I'm
ちょ
going
っと
to use the images I have and match that.
どうしてもね、リストリームの都合上あんまり大きくね、ちょっとゲームの BGM までは聞こえないですけど、本家そのものがね、そもそも、本家放送の方でまあ割と声、ある程度大きめ、ゲームがちっちゃいぐらいですからね。さらにそこにリストリームのこの乗っかってる感じですから。ちょっとすいません、そのあたりは、どうしても音楽聴きたい方は各自お願いします。はい、まあなんか最後、会話してますね。この女の子はなんだろう。すべたちゃん。
Forget to give her plus 20 defense on the final boss. What do you mean I'm not done yet? Alright, fine. It was 25 defense less. It's okay.
The game doesn't let you through here if you don't put
これな
on
ん
the
だろう。
Umbra gear.
なんかをやらないと、
Well, it's because if you remove one piece of the Umbra gear,
なん
then
か左のゲージが
die. And you're back to the big eyeball.
なんかよくわかんない。
Which is kind
Barrier.
of annoying because like this
おお、で、なんかこう女神様
Umbra
の
Gorge
像
on the
の
left is going to be pretty
手が出てきて、
annoying for the trick coming up. So I don't have the orbs in order to finish the game, but I can do this clip here. And the thing is,
またなんか
if
左に
the bars
ゲー
goes
ジ出
all
てき
the
まし
way
たね。
up, I die.
影以外の場所でゲージが増えて最大まで溜まると死ぬ。これはでもなんかやりそうか、もしかする
So
と。
I'm just going to save out and keep going.
これなんかセーブロードであのゲージが元に戻るとかそういう話かい？なるほどね。本来のラスダンのギミックはあのゲージがあるから、あ、戻ってる。だからこのなんか女の子の特殊な能力でバリアを張って、まああれが満タンにならないように、さあその時間内でいけるのか果たして。これ結構さっきの時間制限ありバージョンってことですよね、事実上。あ、ダメでした。あ、いやでもセーブしておけばそこのなんだろう、位置情報みたいなのが保存されてるんだったら、まあ時間さえかければできる系かもしれないですね。今あえてセーブしてるんだったら多分そうじゃないですかね。そこ関係ないんだったら単にセーブせずにロードすればいい話なので。さあどうでしょう。さっきのね、船でスターマジシャン倒してた船と同じ感じなんだとしたら、まあ少しずつでもめり込んでいってるっていう。あ、みんな、どんだけめり込んでるかな。見てみよう。あ、来た。で、
I thought I would
今のは多分ダメだったね。
go down there.
戻っちゃった。
This is the first time
本来は
it happened.
上のとこ登りたかったのかな。
This is like in A of A where you need to access a loading zone that's beneath you, so you have to clip back in, and before you hit the ground, clip back out again.
Yeah. Except like I usually have a pretty good setup for that, but apparently the game isn't letting me do it.
お、あ、落ちちゃう。
I had to have one full clip go bad, right? There we go. And now the loading zone is there. Just have to access it from behind.
And that's how you skip the orbs.
Yep.
I don't even know how much time
Tsugi no
this is,
gimmick.
but it's massive.
It skips a dungeon and a bunch of cutscenes. Probably stays a good 15 minutes, I think. 15-20 minutes.
ここの光のマップでさっき言った逃げないはぐれメタルしか出てこない。あ、そうなんです
I
ね。
gave the idea to Plexa to try that and figured out something. Like I remember I was like, hey, has anyone tried to find a clip in here? It'd be great that would allow us to skip the orbs. It was like, nah, there is no way.
まあ、
We
クラッ
tried.
シュの別の使い方みたいな感じでしょうかね。
Hold on.
お、これで
Retract that
3本の
same
柱が。
statement. Now this is
なんか、なんつうの、さらになんか角みたいなのが出てきてるけど。グリップ。
That's okay. Stat trick was
あ、なん
actually
か少し浮いたような。
was used in any percent for a very long time.
あ、なるほどね。これを動かしている。
Because I just found it by
動か
accident.
し
And you
て、
can just activate the left ball before the right one. If
お、
you
なん
line
か
up properly, you've
像
got
が
like 2 pixels for it.
動いた。
These cutscenes are great because of this.
Yeah.
これさっきのマップですね。ああ、すごいすごい。なんだこれ。アンテナ
It's,
みたいなのが。
this cutscene's all messed up now. But it's okay, it works.
And I think it's a 2x2 pixel window, so it's not pixel perfect.
It's precise enough to be annoying.
何と何が連動してる。そう、本当は多分角出てるとこしか動かせないっぽいですよね。だけどなんか強引に青いところだって引っ込んでるのに動かしましたもん。
Suddenly,
さあ、もう一個上の方も。あ、だからこの色で連動してるんでしょうね。で、これも、あ、なんだこれはすごい。大砲みたいな感じ
yeah, but I
兵
think
器、
it's
兵器っぽいですけど
definitely
も。
now.
Oh, that's a bit more than I
だからなんか象がいきなりこいつが出てきたみたいな。そう、だから青いやつを動かす手前の挙動怪しかったですもんね。お。アンテナと大砲とあと1個はなんかよくわかんないけど。お、びっくりした。
And the reason we're here is that we can use this gun to shoot the Eclipse Tower and the
おお、違う体ができて
and save the world.
頭がないけど。そして上に向かってエネルギー充填。
Big cannon.
これをどうするんだ
Now
ろ
we
う。
have yet another cutscene where Arcanus reveals that he's
なんか
in
謎
fact
の
Alex.
音。
No way, no way.
なんだろう、ラスボスになるのか、それとも
Golden Sun 1 and 2?
こいつの黒幕がいるのかなんかよくわかんないですが。ハロー、アレックス。
And
これなん
he's
だろう。
exactly as motivated to fight us as in the first
ストーリーとしてはもう全然わかんないです。
So that's the own map for figuring it out.
もしわかる方いたらコメントいただければ。 呪われしエクリプスっていう現象が起きちゃった。お、なんか、透過した。これは一体。お、たまにエモーションデートがあれですね。あんまり深刻さを感じない。おそらく深刻な場面ではあるんだろうけど。ほら、ニコニコの音符マークとかさ、なんか怒ったりとか。コミカルな感じがしますね。
Yeah, turns out there was a faction of bad guy all along, and yeah, other synergy adepts that were the dark adepts that we had never seen.
確かに時代みたいなところはあるね。
Incredible. Dark and light synergies. Lots of
逃げてきました。
I'm just here to finish the game. So once again from here, there's going to be encounters, and I don't want to fight them, even though they give like a lot of EXP. Like a lot.
でもう一回セーブしてアポロサンクタムっていう場所ですかね。
They also give Water of Lives, which is useful in casual playthroughs.
Okay.
さっきの像ですね。なんかするんですかね。これは戦闘準備か？あ、塩化理性のセーブロードか。そうですね。そう言われると。
Moloch, you get this, you get this.
Well, I'm very thankful for this donation.
この後戦闘なのかな？なんか変な像みたいなやつと。
Oh no.
そうラスボスですか。
Hey, bro, Sencha.
まあでも確かに時間も時間ですからね。
Eclipse it. Eclipse it. That's pretty good. $20 or $25 from Anonymous.
ここまでのストーリー。アストラギウス銀河を二分するギルガメスとバララントの陣営は互いに軍を形成し、8人目気になりますね。枠だけ空いてるけど。なんかあれですかね。隠し仲間か。
Gallant is supposed to be on you. You get Aura.
あ、そうなんですか。5人そこはスキップしちゃったんだ。ハルマーニ君が。あら。イベント全部。でもちゃんとそれで進行してるのがいいですね。でもどうなんでしょう、途中のさ、イベントに8人、9人ぐらいいたけど、中にはいる扱いなのかな。まあ、ああいうイベントはね、別に仲間になってるかないってないかとは別にさ、その演出上だけ、ね、別にストーリー分岐してないんだったら、描画上はいてもいいから、だからそういう時にはいるとか、なんかそう9人ぐらいいましたよね、主人公パーティー。なんか変な博士みたいな人はなんつうの、こういうなんか戦闘系のキャラじゃないけど一緒についてってるみたいな。離脱がないのもあって、イベントと、やっぱそうですね。そこは見てないですよね。大体別ですからね。イベントはイベント、パーティーはパーティーで。 だから。
Chill, keep new haze, bark. Magnet, sure. Heat stoke, bolt supposed to be over there.
めちゃめちゃ入念に設定してますね。
Bolt waft. What? I have one extra. Oh yeah, okay, I get it.
One of them is a fake Moloch, probably.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. I think that's correct now. Okay.
エアレスとかはね、加入イベント、警備員スキップとかで
Sure, that's correct.
カットしたらいつの間にか仲間になってますからね。だからこのシーンにこの仲間キャラはいるはずだみたいな時にもう強制的に処理をしちゃうっていうね。だからなんつうんでしょう、気づいてないだけかもしれないですけどね。まあ本来はやる必要のない処理ですけど、ゲームとして積まないように、なんかどこどこのシーンに行ったらここはもう誰それしかいないはずなのでみたいな。だから本来仲間になってるから必要ないはずだけど一応加入処理させておくとかね。まあもし仲間になってなかったら。そういうのは裏で結構やってるかもしれないですよね。RPG とかは。まあそうじゃなくて、もう本当にその仲間になる場面だけ処理してるんだとしたら。そうするとやっぱモグタン将軍みたいなことになる。そう、フラグ状態を上書きする。いわばそんな感じですね。はい、ということで、さあ、セッティングが終わって、これはおお、なんか出てきた。
This menu is always much easier when you don't have to move around all your gens for this boss fight. It's completely not part of the route.
あ離脱がなくて加入のみだったら強制加入処理はなさそう。まあそこは分かんないですけどね。離脱がなくても結局なんかそのイベントが飛ばされてるみたいな時があるかもしれないから。ほらだって246、今この女の子と24688人いるからやっぱ9人いるんですよこのパーティー。ってことは多分8人プラスなんかおっちゃんみたいな感じですね。でサークレット奥ですかね。左奥の2番目の子かな。あ、そうだ、いないな。あの子か。で、結局このワンワンは一体、何なんだろう、敵なんだろうけど、手なずけ、手もいないか。あ、なんかさっきの悪そう、ほら悪そうなやつだ。なんか右のこいつのがどっかで見たことあるんだけど、クロノクロスのギャナランでは。おじいさんはスクレータという知恵袋解説役。いや、そうだよね。これめっちゃ思い出したわ。なんかで見たことあるなと思って。あ、これ戦う感じ。あ、3人いるね。左のサキュバスみたいなこと、真ん中のでかいワンワンとギャダラン。 ちなみに特定のイベントに必要なフラグが回収されてない場合、フリーズしないためにゲーム側でフラグを仮に保管する処理、シーケンスリペアリング。嘘だけどまあでも、やってはいるゲームはあるでしょうね。そういうの。てか、やってるからこそ多分 FF7 とかはエアリスが強制的に仲間になってるわけで。まあそういう用語があるかどうかは別にして。これでも細かいですけど、上の、なんつうの、戦闘の HP 表示のところをこう、キャラ選択、コマンド入力してるキャラのアイコンだけ出てくるみたいなところも細かいですけど、いいですね。すごいわかりやすい。なんだろう、全員防御してる？そうではない。いちいちね、管理するよりも、もう、ここのシーンはこうだって決め打ちして、強制的に上書きしちゃう方がね、なんか最終的にはいいような気がしますよね。
Pray.
No, it's fine. I've got a bunch of fixed levels.
Also, Sweater just dealt 1000 damage in one.
RTA 的にはそれをね、都合よく使われてしまうわけですけど、すごい、めっちゃ強い攻撃で落ちちゃいましたね。そうですね。離脱加入処理してるパターンもあるかもしれないですよね。見えてないだけで。だから加入処理とかも加入してんのにさらに加入させると変になるかもしれないから、いるんだったら離脱させてとか、あえて離脱させてその後にもう一度加入させるっていう。だからゲームによりけりでそういうなんか仲間のキャラクターを加入させたときに、例えばなんかレベル補正みたいなことをする場合があると、そこでなんかしれっとレベルが変わってるとかね。FF6 なんかは加入の時に多分なんかレベルの補正があるはずだから。あれ、戦闘終わった？なんだろう、これワンワンが暴走した感じ。取り込まれた。みんなにワンワンはさっきいたなんか仮面片方の目だけ仮面になってた男。まあ多分最初から悪いワンワンではあると思うけど。
Yeah, I don't like that.
まあでもこうやって再度準備できる時間があるのは優しい仕様。
I don't have access to Chasm, I don't have access to Crown, it's just... I messed up the fight.
行くぞ。
Just going to...
すぐろ。わあ、なんかごっつくなってる。2回攻撃。に育ちましたみたいな。結構強いぞ。おお、大丈夫か。翼も生えている。圧倒的。これはでも何？これ負け戦闘もしかして。準備の問題でやり直します。なるほど。なんちゃらキメラ、カオスキメラか。腕も4本あるもんね。普通の腕と後ろの方に 刀持ってんのと、あとなんか、触手みたいな違う色のやつ。
Okay.
はい。ちょっと一旦全滅してもう一回。
This boss fight is a pain, even with a proper setup, and without a proper setup, I don't think it's going to be worth it.
We just got a $25 donation from AE Smith 1313. Hooray for Golden Sun, even Dark Dawn in
あ、変化しちゃ
quotations.
った。
Finish strong, LGG.
Thank you.
まあ、今ちょうどセーブしたとこでしたからね。
And a little bit of an update. I misspoke earlier. I said that at the end of this run was going to be the end of the donation
ル
setup
ー
for the
ム
plushie.
トリアス
That's
で
actually
全
going to
滅す
run
る
all the
と、
way
そ
to
こ
the
から
end of
再戦できる。
YS. So you guys do have a little bit more time to donate for that plushie. It's a $25 minimum.
Okay, so
なんかメニュー画面出した時もいいですね。こうキャラクターがなんかスタッとこう出てくる。
Ewan, what are you doing in here? Yeah. Reflex was buckle, scavenging sprays.
あ、もう一回
Rasmus
準備
Clover,
からですかね。EST は超えちゃいそうだと思いますけど、
magnet,
あと少しなんでね。
spray, swaft, this Moloch goes with steel, with took, bar, what's up, swift, flint, fever, fever. Oh wait, fever is not here. Glue.
まあラスボス戦がどれぐらい
Glue is
かかるかと、エンディングをどこまで見るかにもよりますけどね。
HP, yeah. Mats.
ですね。隠しボスの寄り道もありましたからね。あとあの時も結構壁抜けだの、一旦やり直しだのもありましたし。
Okay. No, we're good. Let me check real quick if the gen menu is correct. Good. Good.
割と同じ形に見えても微妙に違ったりするんだよな。
Yes, correct.
これはどうなんだろう。なんかそういう成長具合なのか。 結構なんか細かくアイコン違いますよね。
I need to
Oh.
remove run characters. Simi.
設定し終わったかな。 やっぱ実際効果もやっぱ違うんですね。だから同じ属性の種族というか、そういう陣ではあるものの、それも込みでね、だから本当に言うたらもう一個一個全く違うものをこうキャラクターにセットしなきゃいけないので、これかなり綿密に調整しないといけないですよね。それでいろいろステータスが変わってくるんだとしたら。ざっと見る限りね、この赤い子と、このなんか茶色い子と、あとなんか紫色っぽい子が、大体その3種類かな。 まあ他にもね、ゲーム上違うのいろいろあるかもしれないですけど、とりあえず RTA 上使ってるのは、
Just taking a bit
お
because
さあ
I
来ま
don't
した
know
よ。
what's up.
Good luck.
Good enough.
ここで脳の選択肢あるのもいいですけど
Has
ね。
a lot of ways to end you.
脳って言ってもあいつが待ってくれそうにないですが。
Judgment Door.
ひみちゃんはもう完全になんかひみこっぽい感じの。ひみ
So
こモ
if
チ
you
ーフの。
see an attack called Retribution, it has a chance to KO someone and it's AoD. If you see Jin Blast, then it's Jin
ジャッ
Blast.
ジメント。
Nice.
でもやっぱ攻撃が強いですね。通る。雷神通るかな。
That's a death.
これあれですか、敵の行動なんか、敵の行動、なんて言うんでしょう、
This is the most inconsistent fight, final boss fight in the Golden
ター
Sun.
ン2回攻撃というか、なんか別のタイミングで行動挟んできてません？
Very stupid. So Jin
なんというか
Blast,
内部的に2匹3匹の敵がいるみたいな。ジンブラストって主人公のジンが消し飛んだ。
Character, so
ジンブラスト。やっぱラスボスともなると、まあ隠しボス同様、そういうこともやる。いや、そうですか。2回目の行動は素早さ半減扱いだから、やっぱなんか別のタイミングで、そう、連続行動、そういうの厄介ですよね。だから一ターンの中でも、昔のゲームなんかだったら割と、その1回のタイミングで連続行動するから、対応しやすいというか、なるほどね。1回目の行動は陣で封じてるから、本来3回行動のところを2回行動に抑えてる。だからあいつの行動がね、終わっても次がまたあるって思うとね。まあ、合計の行動回数としては変わらないもののなんか、これもダメか。そうだよ。1ターンに3回行動とかするんだったらもう、寝るとかもう楽勝で作れますよ。もう1の粉、2の粉を同時に入れながらかき混ぜるとかできるから。大魔王バーも、いわゆる3回行動ですから、天地魔党の構えの場合。攻撃魔法カウンターみたいなね。やっぱラスボスの風格はありますね。RTA といえども。
Very nice.
気を取り直してもう一度。今のなんかブヨーンって潰れたのがあれかな。一回行動封じてんのかな。で、バリア張ってジャッジメントダメージでしょ。で、通る。
Why am I missing a shin?
あれか、使用コストみたいなのがあるのかな。左上に出てる各色が4色と数字があって、その辺のシステムもようわからんすけど、今だに。でもなんか使うごとに減ってるから、そういうことなのかな。 どういう理屈で回復してんのかがわかんないですけど。
Hey, thanks so much for all the positive energy in chat. Appreciate it.
アップヒーバル。ターン終了時に1人1つずつ陣がリカバリーする。ああ、なるほどね。陣使うとフィールドに属性が溜まってって、その後にだからそうか、陣と召喚でまた別だからか。ああ、なるほどね。そうですね。だからターン終了で今これ結構消費したのかな。
Yeah, there's something wrong with my gym. I have a lot of gyms right now available.
ゆみちゃんがちょっと2回攻撃を食らって全体攻撃。わ表の4人が全滅して。残り3人ですね。陣は能力を使うとスタンバイ状態、召喚するとリカバリー状態、ターン経過でそれぞれのリカバリー状態の人がセットされる。お、なんだ。これ倒した？ああ、倒しましたね。タイマーもストップしました。あ、ギリギリだった。お、なんか分裂、融合したのが解除されてる。Looks like we lose.
So yeah, I hope you enjoyed Dark Dawn. Hopefully more of that in the future. The community around Golden Sun is really, really cool, and there's some really nice people and some really nice events going that's going to happen with the community. And I'd really like to thank again Felisa.
ちょっとピクピクしてるのがなんかかわいそうだけど。他の上の倒れてる2人は割とただ寝てるだけのようにも見える。はい、ということで、途中からでしたけど、まあ割とですね、見てるとなんとなく状況は分かりますし。いろいろコメントでね、教えていただいたのもありましたんで、かなり楽しみながら見ることできましたね。でも割と盛りだくさんのね、RTA 的にはフィールドを抜けて海の上走ったり空中浮いたりもあるし、いるはずの8人目がいなかったり、そういうバグ技的なところがありつつも、ゲームとしてはね、戦闘としてはまあ割といろいろまともに戦略練りながらされてましたね。あとはまあゲーム自体のね、謎解きギミックとか、影のやつはすごかったですね、最後のラスダンの。
We raised about, I'd say about $700 to $800 in this run, so it's a good step forward. And good morning to all those people that are just waking up. We're questing for glory, hope, and healing too. And we're raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. If you guys could use that hashtag that we have set up, that would help us out too. The hashtag is in the description of the channel here.
最
But
後に
just
なん
in
か
case
コメン
you
トされてます
happen
か
to
ね、今
only
ね。
be in earshot, that's gonna be hashtag Q4GH&H2. And you can let them know that we're supporting NAMI, the National Alliance for
あ、そういえ
Mental
ば、そう
Illness.
ストックザ、あ、じゃあ、
Advocate,
ソフトロッ
they
クザ
raise
ゲームはどうなったんだ
awareness,
ろうな。
they have education and support
やん
channels.
のかな
You can call their
それと
phone
も
number.
もうやったのか
You
な
can visit their website, and they have all the tools that you need to be on top of your mental health care, which is a very, very important thing. But
Yeah.
we
Last word,
appreciate the follow. I'm sorry.
if I can have a last word,
Sure,
just
sure,
remember
sure.
that life is a treasure.
続編。待望の
Really
続
care
編。
about yourself and care about others. And yeah, donating to NAMI is really a great way to do that. So yeah.
あ、これ眉毛ですか眉毛なのかなそれとも単に彫りが深い眉毛の部分だけこう盛り上がってるとかでもなくて。
But you know, healing and help, it's there, and they make the process a lot smoother. So give them a call if you feel like you're not feeling yourself, or I know a lot of us struggle with depression, and it's a good time to know that there's people out there to help you, and you can get better, and they'll give you the steps and tools to make yourself better. So thank you for NAMI.
開かれし封印、失われし時代、漆黒なる夜明け。
Thank you for all the people behind the scenes that you don't see keeping everything running, especially you know, the Wolf, High Spirits, Kios, everybody. I just like to thank everybody.
あ、そうなんですか。キャメロットっていうこの開発の会社が、
bring this stream to you. Definitely appreciate it.
マリオゴルフとかマリオテニスとか、そういうのも作ってるんですね。はい、ということで、黄金の太陽、漆黒なる夜明けということでね。こちらの、DS 版 Any% をお楽しみいただきました。ありがとうございました。はい。では、次のゲームの準備しますんでね、少々お待ちください。一旦失礼いたします。
はい、お待たせいたしました。次のタイトルですが、超次元ゲームネプチューンですね。解説の方、お招きしております。海上さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。というわけで、はい、こんばんは、海上でございます。聞こえてるですかね？おそらく聞こえてるという体で進めさせていただきます。というわけで、はい、超次元ゲームネプテューヌリバース2、シスターズジェネレーションですね。で、このゲームですね、もともとは、超次元ゲームネプテューヌマーク2の、リメイク作品です。リバース2って言ってるんでね、なんとなくわかると思いますが。で、もともと、PS ビータで発売されていたものを、アイディアファクトリーの子会社である、アメリカの方の会社ですね。が、Steam 版に発売して、長らくおまくにが続いてたんですが、日本語対応でもね、出るということで、今は Steam で、プレイすることができます。私はね、これのストーリー解説のためにもう一回プレイし直そうと思ってたらね、ビータがね、充電切れてて、コードも経年劣化で壊れてて、みたいな状態で積んでたんですけどもね。というわけで、ちょっとね、記憶を頼りに、解説させていただこうと思っております。ちなみに解説といってもですね、このゲーム、道中のイベントはノベル風に進むんですが、基本全部スキップです。そして、戦闘画面なんですが、一部を除いて、完璧にキングクリムゾンな状態で進みますので、基本的にはストーリー解説と、キャラについてをね、語っていければなと思っております。というわけで、よろしくお願いいたします。で、ゲームのストーリーは簡単に言うとですね、マジコンという、違法ゲームのね、エミュレーターみたいなものが、世界中に配布されておりまして、そのせいでね、国を守っている守護女神たち、っていう方がいるんですけども、その人たちの視野、いわゆる信仰心ですね、がなくなって、業界墓場というところに、その元凶を止めに行くんですけども、ストーリーが始まる前から負けております。で、負けてるんで、シスターズジェネレーションというね、サブタイトルが示す通り、そのね、彼女たちの妹たちが頑張ります。で、マジコンって言って、なんとなくね、察する方々もいらっしゃると思いますが、違法ゲームソフトのね、エミュレーターであった、マジコンが元になってます。そうですね、シリーズで伝説になったバッドエンドをですね、みんなのトラウマをね、えぐってくれるゲハバーンでございますね。ゲハバンが元になっております。という感じでですね、このゲーム、先ほどね、ちょっとゲハバーンって言って、ゲハバンが元ネタだよって言ったと思うんですけども、非常にですね、ゲーム関係に関わる、サブカルチャーであったりだとかね、ネタであったりだとかが豊富になっておりますので、そういったあたりもね、触れていければと思っております。ただ、このリバース2はですね、みんなのウツエンドであるゲハバーンにね、関しては、救世の悲壮っていう、外伝があるんですけども、それのね、救済エンドもあります。稲船さんが出てるのはですね、マーク2の方です。リバース2では消えてしまいました。どんな判断だノバーですね。今言ったね、どんな判断だノバーはね、気になる方はちょっと画像検索していただければわかると思います。ちなみにどんな判断だノバーは何なんだっていう話なんですけども、これは稲船さんがプロフェッショナル仕事の流儀か何かでおっしゃってたやつで、どんな判断だ、金をドブに捨てる気かっていうのが元ネタですね。いや、あれはあれで面白いんですが。あれ、ネクスト、ちょっと待って、イースになってるの気のせい。
おっと。
ちょっと待って、怖い。
ちょっと確認させていただきますね。
はい。じゃあちょっとその前にいろいろと話させていただこうと思うんですが。で、今回一応ビットウォーはありまして、日本語でプレイするか、英語でプレイするかです。で、さっき直前の確認で言うと、日本語でプレイになってたんで、日本語でやると思うんですが、これは一体どうしましょうね。じゃあちょっとね、今の間に主人公ちゃんのネプギアちゃんについてでも言っておきましょうかね。 ネプギアちゃんがどんな子かというとですね、真面目な子なんですけども、もっとね、わかりやすく言うと、仮面ライダーでいうところの V3 ですね。で、そして器用貧乏、影が薄い。で、ガジェットマニアで生真面目で影が薄い。そんな感じのことになっております。ちなみに、めちゃくちゃ不憫な子ですが、ちゃんとね、今回はヒロインとして頑張っていただいているというか、主人公として頑張ってますのでね、皆さんね、彼女のけなげな姿にね、応援していただければと思います。いや、ちなみに先ほど言ったね、いろいろな説明なんですけども、ほぼ、全部公式で言われた内容です。つまり、俺は悪くねえ。という感じなんですけども、実際真面目すぎて、面白みに欠けるというか、なんというかみたいなところがあって、あと一個言い忘れてましたが、実は腹黒属性というのもあったりしますね。そうですね、多分ネプテューヌファンにネプテューヌ面白いっていうと、私も可愛いって答える感じがしますね。鉄拳ちゃん推しがいらっしゃいますね。ちなみに私は普通にね、ノワール様とユニちゃんを推してるのでね、私はね、ゴリゴリのラステーションです。
おっと。
おっと、そういうことですか。
これはイースの方ですね。
ということは、私はおさらばバイバイですね。というわけで、私は一回失礼いたしますね。ちょっとイースは説明できるんですね。じゃあ一つだけあれですね。イースに出てくる主人公アドル君なんですけども、この後おそらく出てくるであろうそのね、ネプチューヌのところにファルコムちゃんがいまして、ファルコムちゃんはアドル君をね、ちょっとリスペクトしたキャラデザになってますので、共通点を探してね、いただくためにアドル君のキャラデザをね、頑張って覚えていただければと思います。というわけで私はサーラバですがね。
All four of us have the top times in the game, so it's going to be a really cool race. Harumaki, in fact, has the world record, and he's been very popular for quite a long time.
わかりました。じゃあ私は、
申し訳ございません。
いえ、大丈夫です。では私は業界墓場で待機しております。さらばだ。
私の方も一旦失礼いたしま
How
す。
did I get into speedrunning? Well, I did some co-op casual speedruns with a friend of mine in the game Castle Crashers many years ago. I know it's not really an RPG, but we found the run on SDA at the time, Speed Demos Archive. It was done by Mike Uyama, actually, of all people. And his record time blew our best times out of the water. And so originally we were discouraged from seeing, just the high level of how badly we had been beaten. But I ended up finding a couple years later streams of speedruns on Twitch, and I was just enamored by just seeing how far people could push these games, how far they could take a speedrun. Well, also, because it was not segmented runs, just, that level of progression as a runner starts to get good. It's a remarkably accessible hobby, and I just thought that was really interesting. So why this game and category? Actually, kind of going off of that, I had been looking for a game that I had wanted to run for a long time, and I watched a marathon run put on actually by Almegus called Scrubathon, which was in a few ways almost the prototype for the Questing for Glory marathon that you see nowadays. But there was a run of the game, Ys Origin, of this character Toll that I was absolutely enamored by. There's so many cool tricks in this run, which I'll get into a little bit later. But it was just, it was like, I want to run this game. I want to show this game off to people. I thought it was a really cool thing. So for prizes and incentives in this game, we don't currently have any incentives. They're a little bit hard to work into a race, but I have submitted personally a prize of a Steam key of this game, and from what I can gather, a lot of the people who have actually seen me run this game or seen other people run this game are just like, whoa, this game looks really cool, I want to try it out. Well, if you donate during the run, you have a chance to actually win a copy of the game for yourself, and I think this game's really cool, so definitely consider donating for that. Any cool tech or tricks in this run? Honestly, it's like what part of this game isn't broken. The fact that we haven't skipped straight to the end really is just about it. Just doors, gates, all of those are pretty much optional in the run. And what kind of really makes them cool is just the fact that the mouse cursor is really important. One of the main pieces of movement tech in the game.
Hello!
Hello everyone, and I just want to thank y'all. One of the main pieces of movement tech in the game involves double-clicking, attacking, and then using magic in rapid succession to just skip right through things, and some of these actually require fairly precise positions and angles, which we actually use the mouse cursor for, which kind of makes this game like this really weird 3D platformer that uses the mouse cursor in a way that just like, A, I don't think the developers intended, and B, just like, you'll never see in another speed game, I feel. It's very unlike anything else. Is there any games I'm looking forward to on the schedule? I'm looking forward to Chroma Squad and Monster Sanctuary, which are run by my good friends Cosmic the Dolphin and Shawnee7188, respectively. I'm going to be hosting those runs. They're both really good friends of mine, so I'm excited to see them have something to showcase in this marathon. I'm really looking forward to seeing Lost Odyssey. That was one of my favorite games in my teenage years. And I know Ragnar Alvar, the runner of the game, has been pushing it down for many years, and I've kind of followed it off and on for many years. It was originally submitted to Limit Break like 2016, and it was, I think, on the backup list. But this is the first time it's going to actually have a proper marathon showing on the Limit Break channel, and I'm very excited. The game's really cool, kind of almost a personal game for me. So definitely check that one out. But there's a lot of great games on the marathon schedule. I couldn't even begin to get into every single one of them, or this interview would be really long. So hope y'all come and check us out again. It'll be the category of a 4-way race of total any percent of East Origin. That's going to be on Tuesday at 6 o'clock a.m. Pacific time, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern, and I want to say it would be like 11 o'clock Japan time, and it's like 2 o'clock European time, GMT plus 0, I guess. So, thank you everybody. I am Gauss Kumo, and goodbye.
Hello! It's me! Yep. Bob the Ninja Goldfish back here again with another interview in the series of interviews we're doing for Questing for Glory, Hope for Healing 2021 / Roman numeral 2. All raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And with me at this time is a man whose username I appreciate all too much. Hactical. How you doing, Hactical?
Hey, Bob. I'm doing great. How are you? I'm glad it's Friday. Well, it's Friday when we're filming this. So.
Yeah, at the time of recording, it's Friday. I don't know when you all are watching this. So you're going to be doing a run for us. What you running?
I am running Aiden Chronicles: The First Mage for the Nintendo 64, one of the very few RPGs on the Nintendo 64.
Yeah, because there aren't that many, are there? There's like 8, I think I heard. I was reading somewhere.
Not even that. Like
wow.
4 or 5.
Okay.
You've got Paper Mario. You've got Tactics Ogre. There's a Quest 64. You've got some Japanese like super fighting robot game, and that might be it. I might be forgetting one.
Okay.
Yeah. Really not many.
So before we get into talking about Aiden Chronicles itself, I love to hear people's stories about how they got into speedrunning. So what brought you into the scene, as it were?
Sure. So, I got into speedrunning. AGDQ 2013 was my first kind of exposure to, modern speedrunning will say. I mean, you know, of course, back in the earlier 2000s, there were the SMB3 tasks that everybody has seen. You know, I've seen stuff like that, but my first exposure to speedrunning was watching Runner Guy's Ocarina of Time 100% for AGDQ 2013, where he was dressed up as Link. I think I saw a link to it from Reddit or something like that, and yeah, from then on, I was hooked. So that was my exposure to watching speedrunning, and then I didn't really do any of it myself until maybe late 2013, early 2014. I got into it with kind of, you know, your typical speedrun games. Mega Man X2 was probably the first speedrun game that I took kind of seriously at the time. And I dabbled with like some Mario and some Ocarina of Time and things like that. And then I got into RPG speedrunning a little bit later. I did Pokemon Red for one of the GDQ Get Yourself Speedrunning kind of events. And then I dug into that. And then really what started it was Clear Tonic's Dragon Quest III run for RPG Limit Break 2016, I think it was 2017. I think it was 2016, and that got me into Dragon Quest speedruns, and that's kind of the core of what I play nowadays is mostly Dragon Quest, but I do dabble in other games from time to time, like this one, like Aiden Chronicles that I'm running now.
Speaking of, and please don't take offense to this, I've never heard of this game. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, sure. So I'll do my best. So it's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. You know, again, being one of the few RPGs on the N64, it was a pretty late release. I think it came out in 2001, was, you know, very close to the time when the next gen systems, the PlayStation 2, the GameCube, all those were coming out. So it was kind of overlooked because of that. Interestingly enough, so I think that this game has some really interesting game mechanics. I actually have the cart right here with me, because it's based on a tabletop RPG from the 80s that, funny enough, is called Dragon Quest. So there was an really old tabletop that actually had the Dragon Quest trademark name. For anyone familiar with that series, it's why the early NES games were called Dragon Warrior. And the developers of this game took the basics of that tabletop system and implemented it into this RPG. So obviously during the run, I'll be talking more about the mechanics of the game and how it differs from a lot of traditional RPGs. But, you know, the basic idea is that it's a 3D game. You know, you're running around an overworld, enemies appear on the overworld, you can sneak past them, you can encounter them, and then you'll enter in like a battle arena. And it has your standard RPG story. I would say nothing really unique. No, you know, it's got some cliches and some tropes, but it doesn't carry the game, but it doesn't hinder it either. It's just kind of, it flows nicely, I think, along with the game. The game got kind of a bad rep when it first came out. It didn't really get the best reviews. It can be a little bit slow to play casually and a little bit confusing. Obviously, in the speed run, we're going to be doing a lot to skip things and speed things up, and it moves along quite nicely. But if you're jumping into it not really knowing what to expect, it's a little bit slow paced, and so therefore, you know, a lot of people didn't really hear about it at the time.
And you're running 80%, right? So
yeah, that's the only category.
That's really the only category. Just spitballing, how long would 100% category take?
I don't even know what you would define as 100% in this.
Okay.
So, you know, like most RPGs, there's no real percentage counter. I mean, you could do things like all lore entries or things like that.
Yeah.
But I have no idea. So there's a couple of mechanics that we really heavily abuse to get through some of the more difficult encounters in this game that don't work on everything. So if you wanted to really go out of your way and do a lot of extra stuff, I'm not really honestly sure what would be involved with that. It could be, you know, hours worth of grinding that, you know, we don't have to do in the any percent run. So I could say, you know, 15 hours or something like that. But I mean, it's only a guess.
Yeah. So speaking of these cool little tactics and things that you're going to be using and techniques, would you want to tell us about some of them so that